जागृति कामं 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 पुरुषो निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्लं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शिवः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता
Be seated. Please play the OFA video.
Arthashastram, Dharmashastram cha, meaning economic principles, arth, and ethical considerations, dharma, which are central to the work of accountants. The entire world is deliberating about impact of climate change coupled with disruptions of artificial intelligence. India has given philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to the world and successfully hosted G20 summit on this theme and also launched Global Biofuels Alliance. The accounting profession also has an enormous responsibility to guide the work, where accountability meets innovation so that vision can be converted into solution. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, being the world's largest accounting body after the successful hosting of WCOA 2022 and GLOBAC, proudly presents before the World Forum of Accountants 2025. Accountability meets innovation for a sustainable planet. The world's brightest minds will exchange insights, explore emerging trends, and unlock the possibilities for the profession, where foundation will be laid to shape the vision for the future of accounting profession. Hosted at Yashobhoomi, the largest convention and exhibition center in the heart of India's capital, New Delhi, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is all set to host the congregation of accountants from around the world. And while you're here, experience the vibrant culture and heritage of New Delhi, a city where history meets modernity, offering unforgettable memories.
World Forum of Accountants, an experience of 3 days, insightful discussion, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities.
With immense pride, we invite you to WOFA 2025, taking place, happening from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at the magnificent Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. Experience 3 days of insightful discussions, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities. World Forum of Accountants 2025 is where you need to be, where accountability meets innovation, AI for a sustainable planet. Join us at WOFA 2025 from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. For more details, visit wofa.icai.org.
Thank you. We request CAR Raman sir to introduce about the speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our fellow member, Sri D. Premnath, who is also a DSA and a certified FAFD, concurrent audit and indirect tax audit from our institute. He has completed his bachelor's of commerce from Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh during 1997. Presently, he is the partner of Mrs. C. Ramachandram and Company Chartered Accountants, Hyderabad. He has handled in various capacity as an internal auditor, statutory auditor, and also a forensic auditor of all manufacturing companies, infrastructure companies, software companies, and public sector undertakings. As an auditor for banks, he has been holding various capacities as a central statutory auditor, bank branch auditor, concurrent auditor, and revenue auditor. He has represented before the income tax authorities, including international taxation and transfer pricing. He has designed and reviewed standard operating procedure as a part of SAP implementation of audit. He has implemented GST for large manufacturing, software, and infrastructure companies. Study, review, and audit of international financial control of public sector undertaking, listed company, large manufacturing companies. Carried out forensic assignment of multinational firms and manufacturing companies. As a committee member of our Institute of Chartered Accountants India, his contribution is enormous. To say a few, he is a member of peer review committee, member of FRRG, submitted proposal on FRRB automation. He has submitted proposal for audit account automation tool. He has prepared and helped in preparing the guidelines for bank audit. He has prepared the checklist submitted on information technology internal control. He is a faculty not only for our institute, also for other government organizations. Let me just list a few of them. He is a regular speaker of our institute for e-filing, XML, XBRL, audit under CBS. He has been a faculty for our institute on concurrent audit and certificate course on CBS audit. He is our faculty for GST certification course and trainee faculty development program, ICAI faculty for GM, CS, and ITT. Mentioning few external government organization includes Income Tax Department Staff Training College in Hyderabad, Commercial Tax Department in Hyderabad, and C&AG Staff Training College, Hyderabad, Central Vigilance Officer on Digital Forensic, National Policy Academy, Hyderabad, and he is also a faculty for various banks, including Andhra Bank, Indian Bank, Staff Training College Institute, and other banks. With this, I introduce Mr. D. Premnath. Kindly give him a big hand. Thank you.
We request CAR Venkatesh sir to present memento and shawl to speaker.
Take up.
Thank you, sir. Hand it over to speaker.
Respected senior members, my dear colleagues, at the outset I thank ICAI and SIRC for giving me this opportunity to make a small workshop on understanding risk mitigation through internal audit, with again considering the AI. So we'll try to use wherever possible little bit of AI, understand the risk and risk mitigation through some small examples. That is what is designed today. Content and objectives of this session. more specifically on importance of internal audit, role of internal audit. I just said manufacturing units, because manufacturing units have more complications to deal with. Then internal audit, as we are talking more from the detective to preventive controls. So the moment we say it is audit, it is more of risk and controls. Am I audible?
It's audible.
It's audible at the end.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. So when we are talking about internal audits, or more specifically audit, you have two important things. Like accounts, we have two important things. For more interactive session, accounts has two important things. Yes, sir. Two important things. Accounts has two important things. Debit and credit, without which accounts doesn't run. So in the same way, can we say two important things for audit? Can we say two important things for audit on which the total audit is built up? Like total accounts is built on only debit and credit. Yeah. So those two important things that are built, the audit is built is on risk and controls. So that is where we are starting with risk mitigation. So I said when we are talking about risk and controls, naturally when we are talking about risk, naturally we'll go towards controls. When we go towards controls, we start with preventive, detective, corrective and compensating. By default, we start with preventive, detective, corrective, compensative in an order. If I am not able to prevent, the next is I need to detect. If I am not in a position to detect, then correct it, and then comes the compensating. But now world has moved out of this. The world has conveniently moved out of this preventive, detective, corrective, compensative towards, last you can see this on the right hand side, it has moved towards moving away from MIS report based post-mortem detective controls. It has moved away. Where it has moved to? It has moved to descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive and cognitive analysis.
Can you repeat it?
Sir.
Can you repeat it?
Sorry, sir.
Can you
Yeah.
repeat it?
Diagnostic, descriptive, on the right hand side descriptive, RBI, risk-based internal audit, look onto the right hand side. I am saying moving away from. For all these years, what happens in the internal audit? There is an MIS report comes out. Based on the MIS report, someone starts making decisions. So the most chartered accountants at the middle level, they are more into MIS preparation. And now that is also moved away, wherein SAP itself is coming out with dashboards. Even from Tally is coming out with dashboards. The latest version, Tally, is with a lot of dashboards. Meaning there is no way you can sit on preparing MIS reports using Excel formulas is equal to pivot tables. All that has gone. All that has gone, and then where we have reached today? We have reached today where it is descriptive analysis. Then diagnostic. Descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive, cognitive analysis. This is what the world has moved and moving towards. All this is based on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is ML. Artificial is a big subset, big issue. In that, machine learning, ML. Under ML, DL, deep learning. Under that, data mining. I'm repeating again. At the cost of boring you, I keep repeating this again and again. This is where the world is moving towards. We need to use these words repeatedly because we have to migrate from auditors to data scientists. And that's where ICI is making chartered accountants as data scientists through artificial AI courses level 1, level 2 and level 3. As someone completed AI level 1, sir, in this hall? Yeah. So if not, kindly get enrolled into that AI certification course at the earliest, because Institute wants members to become more of data scientists, because all the doors for the chartered accountants are getting closed slowly. Not only getting closed, the borders of any profession is broken by technology. Now, a robot is carrying out operations, chartered accountant giving opinions on JDA, including the RERA, whatnot. Engineers are building platforms for tax computations like Computax, Winman, Sinman, Genius. Boundaries and barriers of profession is broken by technology. So Institute has thought about this, and then they have started making chartered accountants on the road of becoming data scientists. As a part of that, I am talking about, these are the new words that we should start speaking in the market so that people believe that chartered accountants are AI auditors. So from that point of view, I said I'll be boring you repeatedly talking on AI, artificial intelligence, ML, machine language, DL, deep learning, DM, data mining. These are all subsets of. And in the part of machine learning, ML, we are talking about descriptive analysis, diagnostic analysis, predictive analysis, prescriptive analysis and cognitive analysis. Cognitive analysis is human. Cognitive analysis is more something like an autonomous. Cognitive analysis is an autonomous car kind of a thing. Autonomous car, you heard? Sir, you heard autonomous car? Sir, you heard autonomous car? Tesla. Yeah. Driverless Tesla car is a cognitive. It learns on its own. Through process again, descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive, cognitive analysis as a part of machine learning, deep learning, DM. These cars are into cognitive analysis called as an autonomous form of doing it. So we are moving towards, cars are moving towards autonomous. Are we moving towards autonomous? Yes. We the chartered accountants are moving towards autonomous. Are we using any autonomous? At least part? Yes. Part of it? Yes. Computax, Genius, Winman, Sinman, all that what they are doing, the moment you log on with your PAN number, it goes to the site, brings that TIS, Form 26, comes up to the stage of computation, calculates without human intervention, most of it. Then once uploaded on the other side of the department, there is again autonomous way of sanctioning refunds, crediting refunds. You have seen, sir? You are experiencing? Businesses are moving towards autonomous through, again I repeat, descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive and cognitive analysis. which is a part of AI, ML, DL, DM. So this is what I thought we'll try to address with very small examples. With very small examples wherein if we can try to do it, if we can try to address those with very simple examples, with very simple Excel examples, if you can address it, then we can understand the whole lot of things. After all it is computers. You are working on system, on computers. Computers doesn't understand anything beyond 0 and 1. Am I right, sir? Computers doesn't understand anything beyond 0 and 1, binary. Anything you say, it will ultimately convert it to 0 and 1. From there, logical. Computers are called as what, sir? ALU, meaning arithmetic, logic. Arithmetic is plus minus multiplication. Logic is greater than, less than, equal to. So all that greater than, less than, equal to arithmetic, logic, we'll try to use Excel because we are more connected to Excel. So we'll understand Excel and the same logics will be put on to the descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive and cognitive analysis. So this is what we'll be doing. This is a sample format of reporting internal audits. If we have not standardized the format of reporting, if we have not made standardized the internal audit report format, then it is better that we can have a standardized format of internal audit reporting, because we have a standard format of ITR 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, GSTR 1, 2, 3A. So in the same way, if you can have a standard format for reporting internal audits, that gives a better opinion on the reader, because most of the internal audits today are looked in by the audit committees. Audit committees are independent bodies, so if we can impress upon them, we have a long mileage in the profession. From that point of view, standardizing the reporting, wherein reporting is already talking about risk rating, risk-based internal audit, then root cause, then its implications, background, observation, root cause, risk and impact, action plan, management comments and recommendations. The total internal audit framework fits into this reporting structure. Okay. Just to understand the internal audit, not that we doesn't know this, but I'm going down to the basics. Internal audit is an independent management function which involves continuous. It is a continuous process, not an year-end process, not a month-end process, not a quarterly end process, or half-year-end process, or year-end process. No. It is a continuous and a critical approach of functioning of an entity with a view to suggest improvements thereto and value addition and strengthen the overall governance mechanism. It is basically governance. Governance is top-down approach of the entity, including entity's strategic risk management and internal control system. That's where again we are coming back to risk. So I'm saying risk management and internal control system is more important. So what are internal controls? Subsection 5 of 134 defines that internal financial control means policies, procedures adopted, orderly, efficient conduct of business, safeguarding assets, prevention and detection of fraud, accuracy and completeness, timely preparation of reliable financial information. 134.5, where the board also says that they are in compliance with. Next, governance mechanism. Cause and effect. This is a cause and effect. What causes for a good internal audit system? What causes a good internal audit system? Please explain here. Is what I'm saying. Have an internal controls are essential to the risk mitigation. Steps taken to strengthen the organization system that gives to the good internal control system, that is preventive, detective, corrective, and now that is being changed to descriptive, diagnostic and so on. From there it will come down to where internal controls mitigate operational risks, that is operational controls. Then when IC is in an automated environment, computer controls are deployed to secure IT. So the internal controls are from procurement to pay, order to cash. Procurement to pay is purchase systems, order to cash, WBS, work breakdown structure or system, WBS, is for fixed assets accounting. That is a specific word used internationally. Then material management, enterprise warehouse management, supply chain management, inventory management, fixed assets, and FICO, and so on and so on and so on. So these are the internal controls. Then that internal controls with computers. So this is what I am saying. The root cause for effective internal audit is ethical, cultural, family background, ethical, cultural, family background, corporate governance, values, transparency and accountability. Good the family background, good the ethical, good the background, like TVS Group, Tata's, their culture has very good objectives, policies, procedures and rules, and those rules get transformed into IT management system, and those get transformed into transaction recording, bookkeeping and so on. Bad the controls, I don't want to name it. We have seen 5 lakh crores of banking frauds happened in 5 years of time. And you can understand the kind of companies, the kind of family background on those companies. Nirav Modi, Vijay Mallya, their group companies, their policies, their systems and their transaction recording system. So that is what I was saying here. It is the risk management and internal control system, and here it is board. Okay, I just put it in a different format here. The objectives, policies, rules and methods get converted based on the ethical standards, then recording, IT, then environmental, then you have controls, what controls, finally whose baby is this company is whose babies? Anything goes wrong, the first person to be blamed is chartered accountant. Be that inside or outside, the first person for all things to be answered is chartered accountant here. Okay. Now layers of protection to the, what are the layers of protection to the corporate, let us see, and then we'll go into the practicals. First layer of protection is ethical culture, tone at the top, well established standard operating procedures and internal controls. First layer of protection. If this is breached, if this layer is breached, the second one is audits. Audits are scientific scope, independent execution as per the standards, professional skepticism, discussion of points without dilution, audit committee seriousness, action taken reports. Second layer. If first layer is breached, the second layer is also breached. Then the third layer is statutory audits, wherein the independent execution as per the standards, professional skepticism, audit committee seriousness in evaluating auditor's performance. We know how serious is it. Because the tone at the top is something different. Only on the paper it is independent, but they are heavily dependent on the promoter. Finally, the forensic audits, the last. Even if statutory audits are also breached, it goes to the last layer, forensic audits, and by the time everything is finished, it is only a haircut in IBC. That is independent execution as per standards, audit committee, and then competence of legal team, evidence gathered, enforceable, effective coordination, and so on. In all these layers, chartered accountant is involved. In all these layers. Okay. I'll not go into these technical things. Then let's move on to understanding So I'm trying to explain the predictive analysis. This is what I was talking about. Descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive, and cognitive. As a part of that, traveling towards internal audit. How internal auditors can assist management in moving towards AI implementation? Wherein I am talking about ML and so on, machine learning, DL, deep learning, DM, data mining. How we can do it is data source, with the data source of historical financial data, market movement, transaction records, and external data sources. Using machine learning, I said machine learning, ML engine towards predictive analysis, machine learning and predictive analysis. As a part of that, I am saying machine learning phases are apply machine learning algorithms to pattern recognition and anomaly detection. Pattern recognition and anomaly detection. For that, algorithms are there. Don't bother about algorithms. AI can manage. If I am able to talk to AI, AI can do anything. AI has no language barriers today. It can understand any language. It can understand any language. Because it is basically the data which is driving a car autonomously. Data. What data? Structured and unstructured and semi-structured data is making a car to move on autonomously. So data can speak. Data can speak. That is AI. AI is LLM. It is called large language models. We'll be using it a little later. But those applying the logics, applying the ML algorithm, recognize the patterns. What patterns we recognize? 1.2 crores of a contract is broken. If 1 crore is a base limit for a particular officer to deal with, like say, all contracts of 1 crore has to be authorized by say audit committee or a committee or some member as a policy matter, as a standard operating procedure. 1 crore is a limit, below, above that has to be authorized by some members. Now how do you bypass? Break that contract below 1 crore, make it 3 contracts. Yes sir? Is policy violated? Is policy violated? No. Violated. Because 1 crore limit you have broken into 3 pieces and ordered it. We are not new to this. Cash payments 10,000 above and below. We have just passed on that phase 2 months back. Not new to us. So, recognize the pattern through which they are able to do this. It's not new to this. That pattern, make it as an algorithm and it will become as a preventive. How it will become preventive? By descriptive, diagnostic, prescriptive approach. Then whenever it is being broken or bypassed, it will predict a risk. That will predict a risk, that is risk management. I draw your attention, I am saying here data source, machine learning, predictive, risk management, audit department. I am trying to link from the data to the audit department through machine learning, predictive and risk management. Coming to risk management, then action plan. Now once you have a machine learning, risk pattern recognition, anomaly detection, now you are moving towards risk prediction, fraud indicators and financial indicators, irregularities as a part of risk management. And then action plan is risk alerts, preventive measures, optimization suggestions. That is through implement controls, update process and adjust audit plan. Clear sir?
Yes.
Is this clear? I'll drop this sheet into the Google folder. I'll give the Google because the WhatsApp group is not created. But I'll drop this sheet on the Google folder. That Google folder link I'll give it to you. Then you open that. And there will be some files on which now we have to start working on it. Right.
One thing before that, for any LLM for respective industry or for benchmark something, we have created an LLM product.
Where is LLM?
LLM for the organization using ML code. So how will you establish it? Before going for gap analysis?
We'll talk all those. that's ready now. Kindly scan this QR code. You will go to the drive. Those who have brought their laptops, scan this, open on your laptops, then you will find some files. Then let's start working on those files. Those who have their mobiles, they can still scan and then use those files.
Item was not full.
Those who have mobiles, still you can scan.
Yeah. 4 files.
4 files. So the first sheet I have just now the PDF file which I have demonstrated now from the data to the audit department, from ML, predictive, risk assessment, and to the last one. That is a PDF file. Considering that there is a case study now, considering that there is a case study of text file, shall I close this QR code, sir? Shall I close this QR code? Yes, sir? Yeah. Those who are able to do it, kindly help those who are not able to do it. We can move on with speed. Majority have done them, sir? Confirm, please. Yes, sir? Yeah, thank you. So this total process, the total process is there in the sheet, is there in that Google Drive called as Internal Audit AI IASB. That is a file name I have given. I hope you have opened that PDF file. Am I right, sir? Yes, sir? Yes, please?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, kindly open a text file called ERM, Enterprise Risk Management, IA is Internal Audit. This is the case study. Text file is a case study. I beg you to work out on each table wise as a team. I beg you to please work out as a team on one table. Each table, I beg you to become as a team to work out, please. If we are doing it as a team, then we can move on fast and then cover a lot of content. Sir, I beg the members to please form as a team to Sir, yeah, you can again get it. You can take from the sir. You are not getting that, or whoever is getting, you can take from that. It doesn't bar you from sharing it. Please share, sir. You got it? Problem with picture? You can just go near and take. Yeah. You can shift to the front benches, please. Because it is not a college, no? College we like last seats. Yes, sir. You can come and then. Sir, please move, sir. Sir, please come forward. So let's work out as a team, please. Take the PDF and this case study, what is there. We are trying to move towards AI, adoption of AI. We are trying to move towards adoption of AI because everywhere there is a data. Everywhere there is a data. Where there is a data, then you can talk about diagnostic, descriptive, predictive, prescriptive and cognitive. Compare the text file with the PDF and start discussion among the team members. It is instead of one brain, 4 brains can do much better. Otherwise, internal audit is a boring topic, boring subject. You know, I know what internal audits happens. Cash payments about 10,000. Signature not put. GST not claimed. TADS not deducted. Internal audit report is over. Sir, got it, sir? You don't have a...
It also has to
code reader you have? Google code reader. You should have a QR reader so that you can read it. Or someone, you can ask someone to transfer to your WhatsApp. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now it has come.
Google Chrome lens இருக்கு சார் ஜஸ்ட் அது வழியே ஸ்கேன் பண்ணீங்கன்னா QR கோட் யூஸ் பண்ணுவீங்க
You understand this? All this data. So in this, what management?
There's some need.
So there are pattern recognitions can be done in those steps. In each line, what patterns can recognize? I have just told you one pattern that purchase orders can be broken into one. So, based on that risk only, you are looking at the data, then you are trying to say, this has already happened. So, how do you prevent it? So, this is what is that PDF. So that is a process. Have you understood this full process? Right? You have understood this process. Now there is a data or text. How do you apply that? Mention. So what you have to mention. Discuss, then you can write down. Well, I'll come back. I'll come back. I'll come back. Yeah. I'll come back. Yes, sir. Yes. You have to ask, based on that, you have to ask what is the additional data required and what analysis can be done out of these things. Let me go on.
So do we also need to identify the potential risks in all these different data sources and then suggest
Yes,
controls?
this process has to be identified. For example, historical financial data. Historical financial data. Three years historical financial data right? How machine learning engine can work on process historical patterns. How do you process historical financial data? How do you find out some patterns? How do you find out patterns of 3 years financial statements which have a risk? Which has a risk? Any example? What are the financial statements?
P&L and balance sheet, cash flow.
So from that, can you identify patterns which will give a risk?
Concentration of supplier.
Concentration of supplier will not be there in the financial line item, financial statements, like in balance sheet, P&L. No, I am not going down. Profit and loss account, balance sheet, cash flow, notes on accounts. What patterns will talk about a risk? What patterns? Trend, right? 3 years data is there, you can talk about trend. Then sir, you can talk about related party. Then sir, ratios, excellent, super. Ratios we can talk about. We can talk about patterns in that.
Yes.
So making the patterns based on that patterns, if that pattern is visible, then there is a risk. And that patterns today you can have it for a listed company on a quarterly basis. You can use AI for it. You can use AI to find out those patterns. But if you also have laptops, then we can work out that it will have real maza in that. But okay, let me try. We are talking on first historical financial data. First historical financial data. Process historical patterns. Process that pattern. Then move towards predict. Predict. Then go to risk assessment, risk management and audit department. I beg your attention please, because we have a very limited time. I cannot repeat it. If we have 6 hours of session, then I can repeat multiple times. Follow me please. Then while I am doing it, please do not repeat it so that we miss the sequence. However, you can make a note. Then again I will repeat for effectiveness. Right. Which company should I select?
Reliance.
Reliance, you don't find much gap.
Asian Paints.
I want a company where there is a gap. How do you find it?
ABB.
How do you know?
They are into A, so the difference will be there.
Its P ratio will be 70.
Let us ask AI only. Let us ask AI only. POE is one AI. Have you heard about it? Have you heard about it? POE is an aggregator. Aggregator like Ola, Uber, Swiggy, Zomato kind of an aggregator, wherein it has n number of AIs built into it. It is like a super mall. This POE is a mall, is a supermarket of AIs. It's not like ChatGPT is only one vendor. Claude is one vendor. Gemini is one vendor. Perplexity is one vendor. POE is a combination of multiple AIs. Okay, what I am asking is, kindly give list of listed companies wherein the present share price is trading much less than 5 years back. Is this an indicator? Is this an indicator? Could be. Could be. 5 years back rates it has not given. I still again ask, instead of 5 years, take 3 years and give a tabular form for past price and present price.
Sir, will it exactly be, can you take 4.5 years? Yeah, during Corona time, everything was down. Is there a share which has gone down after that?
Sorry, sir?
You put 4.5 years, it will be nice.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Right. So present price and the 3 years back, I said there is a positive change it is giving. I wanted a negative change. Kindly give listed company wherein the present trading price of stock is much less than the price at which it was listed initially. Right, sir?
Not giving that.
Current price and initial listing price. Okay. So I may or may not be correct. Okay, what I'll do is I'll go to stock screener now. I'll use this company. I want profit and loss account. Right? Started working from here. Now what I'll do is use standalone. I'll select this data. Control C. Right, sir? Now I go to any AI. I have pasted as it is. Don't bother about the format. It will understand. Based on the past performance, predict above figures for 22. I am saying based on the performance till 2021. So mind it, please. Observe how things are moving based on the performance till 2021. Predict for 2022 and 2023, right? Compare the predicted with actuals. In a tabular form. What are we doing, sir?
Checking whether it's.
I am standing on 2021 today. I am standing on 2021 today and making predictions for 22 and 23. 22 and 23 is already happened by this time. Now I am asking it to compare. Got my point? It is done for sales. You can copy this and put it into, okay, let me just see this. Download it as an Excel. Yeah. Predicted and actual. Is there something wrong in this, or is it real? Is it market which has driven them for actual sales to increase? If sales is actually increasing, why stock price has come down?
Net profit is worse than predicted.
Yeah.
The loss is worse than predicted.
Top line is?
Better than.
What are we talking about here?
Sales increase, but profit reduce. Still there is nothing.
Predictable.
We are talking about historical, machine learning, apply the algorithms, pattern recognition, anomaly detection, risk prediction, fraud indicators, action plays, then the final controls. Role of internal audit. We are traveling. Role of internal audit, we are traveling beyond cash payments, 10,000 are there, revenue stamp not attached, signature is not there on the voucher, GST not claimed, not reconciled, bank reconciliation not done, labor books are not updated, internal audit report is over. Control A, Control C, Control V, for the past 30 years, numbers are different, evidence are different, same report. This is where value addition to the audit committee. This is what is expected. And what are we doing? We are talking about predictive analysis, machine learning. Am I doing anything on science, maths, programming here? No? No? Not at all. ML is doing, LLM is doing, large language model called AI is helping here. And this is how we have to become data scientists. And that is what this AI course is all about. AI course L1, L2 and L3. If you have not done it for 3 days, kindly do register it and you will enjoy all these kinds of things there. And it will drastically improve our performance overnight. Okay. Having said here,
case study you have done, what is the actual result?
come on. When I said about the case study, now I want you to write down from the historical data what are all the types of analysis you can do in this case study. From purchase order records, what analysis you can do so that ML, predictive risk management and all, you can do it in risk purchase orders. Payment transactions, what ML, predictive risk management you can do. Employee explains claim, what can you do with this process? Financial statements, I have explained to you now. Purchase order records, what can you do? Payment transactions, what can you do? Employee explains claim, what can you do? As a part of internal audit, we are moving away from the routine internal audits, and this will give mazza to the team who are working on internal audits, because the internal audit, no lunch bill, that fellow, no conveyance bill, he doesn't give, student doesn't want to go there. Concurrent audit, any student will go, sir? Because they don't give even tea, no? No student doesn't go. But at least you have work, to enjoy some work, analytical work, practical work, wherein it's an eye-opener to the management. Oh, my auditor is talking something new. Something new even right from the format onwards. Something new from format onwards. Value addition. This is value addition. Okay.
Can you share this template to us? Audit summary, what you have shown just now.
This one.
Is it possible to share with us?
Sorry, sir?
Is it possible to share with us?
Yeah. This is, I am prepared to share only. This is not my grandfather's property. I'll definitely share it.
Not visible from here.
Yeah, I'll get it. Okay. Sir, in next few minutes, can you kindly scribble something so that I have some content on it? We'll just try to match. We'll try to move towards algorithm, prediction, preventive, risk mitigation, how to frame controls, how to put on controls based on this, please. Each table has to work together. Each table has to work together. 4 minds are better than one single mind. 4 minds are better than one single mind. I want the teams to work out, please. I beg you to please work together. Yeah. That before you do it, that screener, whatever I have done, let me write down the steps so that you can practice while you go back. Not to miss this sequence. I said, first thing is, go to POE, log in, to find out company's performance based on past and present share value with a prompt. What I have typed there is called as a prompt. 3. Select a company of bad performance. Company wherein share price is traded much less than previous listing, previous price, much less than past price. 4. Go to screener. Select above company. 5. Copy paste P&L for past years. Into give a prompt for prediction based on 2021 to 2023 and 2024. Compare with actual. Is this clear, sir? Is this clear, sir? I'll do one thing not to waste your time. I'll copy this and put it in that Google Drive wherein it will reach you. You can download it. I'll do one thing. Whatever we are doing now, I'll continue to write the notes. At the end of it, I'll share this file with you.
Sir, the 5th point, no? Copy pasting POE or screener?
Screener.
Screener.
Screener, company name screener, we have done this.
We have put POE. POE also can be put screener.
Yeah. You have selected it and then gone to a company screener. Yeah, this is the screener. In this screener, whatever company performance in the past, that you have taken it and given it to a ChatGPT for analysis. And the analysis prompt is this. I hope having understood the process, I think you can do it. Right? Right. Okay. Now,
sir, what are you have done this case study? Share prices are very different. What are the insights out of that? We have to analyze and
you can analyze it. It is there is no end to the analysis. You can analyze in the way in which you wanted it. I will analyze in a different form. You will analyze in it. Each analysis is different prompt to the AI. Yeah. Will are you very bad in need of tea? Will break? Yes. Yeah. So it is left to you how early you want to come back. Much earlier you will come back. Whatever analysis I have said here, whatever analysis I have said here, all those analysis I have some sample data. We are trying to understand this case study through an example here in an Excel sheet, and that Excel is there in the Google Drive now. Kindly download this Excel sheet. Please download this Excel sheet working from purchase orders onwards. Is there a PO split in this? Whether there is any PO split in this of greater than 500. The contract value is greater than 500. Let us take a limit of 500 for each PO, and whether they have splitted it to manage to bypass the policy issues. How do we find from this data? In the same way, the same way, for payments, are there any duplicates? Are there any new vendors? Are there any expense duplicate claims? So what is the percentage of split purchases over the total? Wherein multiple orders below the approval threshold, weekend processing, duplicate payments, which we are talking about these things. These are anomaly findings. Mind it, we are here now. As a part of this process, I have given you a case study, and for this case study, to understand this case study, I have again shared you with a lot of data here. And to work out that, I said with Excel we can start working out. As a part of that, can we find out PO split and payments made in the weekend? If so, how? What formulas? To this extent today, even Tally is helping. The payments made on Sunday, Tally is identifying. So given this data, how do you find out duplicates? How do you find out a new vendor?
Amount-wise you can start. Duplicate payment, you can sort out amount-wise.
Yeah. With a formula. With a formula. Because when you are talking about preventive, it is more of algorithm. Rule based. So when you are saying sort, filter, these are operations. Far away from the algorithms. Algorithms is it greater than, is it equal to, is it less than? Logic, arithmetic and logic. So on these things, and this is nothing but what we are trying to talk here now. Purchase order, payment transaction, employee claim, on all these things, on all this, what is the pattern? What is the anomaly? What is the risk? How do you implement controls? This is exactly what I am saying about this reporting. Finally, it ends up here. Finally, all that works ends up into this sheet. So I'm going back again to the Excel. Can someone work out, please? Can you suggest some formulas? Sheet wise, can you suggest some formulas? 4 brains can do much better than a single brain. Sir? Is that easier or is there anything else? Can we ask? Now we have just now seen the AI. Have you seen the AI? Give the top headers, and ask it what you want. You got my point, sir?
Yes.
Sir, you got my point? Give the headers, PO, purchase order, department, amount, date. I want to find out the split POs based on this column. The split amount can be 500 or 1000, you can say. How do I use an Excel formula? Got my point? Can you ask POE or ChatGPT or Claude or AI or Gemini? Getting that formula put in there, can you get it? I don't know Excel. I need not know today because AI knows it. Because that is how we have forgotten phone numbers of wife and husband. Because that phone is remembering. So I have lost. We have lost brains, sir. Artificial intelligence has come, human brains have vanished. That is how we are becoming more slave to the technology. Yes, sir. Could anyone find out some formula using AI?
If countable.
If counted, yes. So you got the, you have identified the number of PO splits?
Yes, sir.
You have identified? How many? One team is working there. 3, yes, madam, I could able to find out 3 PO splits are there. Meaning what? They have violated the purchase policy. Purchase policy is violated.
4, sir.
4? Yeah.
Marketing 3 and IT
Yes.
POs. Find the split POs.
So the policy which is designed at the top is violated. Internal control failure. Data speaks. Data speaks. Data analysis. That is what we have sent. Diagnostic, descriptive, prescriptive, diagnostic, predictive, cognitive. Cognitive, the best example is autonomous car. Autonomous car functioning is happening based on the data. That data is structured, unstructured and semi-structured. Data is also same based on this data. Going forward, you can say this fellow is about to make a crime. Based on the data, data is predicting, yes, this fellow is about to make a crime. You heard about Noida incidents where, have you heard about Noida incidents where one girl was continuously chatting on the WhatsApp in Noida, and the discussion in the chat was she was desperate to commit suicide. That was the chat going on. And the WhatsApp could recognize this girl is going to commit suicide. WhatsApp could recognize and sent a message to the Noida nearby police station. Police could immediately stop it. What are we talking about? Data is speaking. It doesn't have any algorithm. What algorithm they have used? Data, it is almost a text. A text is preventing. But I am saying we are dealing with data day in and day out, we are talking with data, we are dealing with data. Why are we not rendering services to the client on prediction and preventive? If I am not doing it, an engineer is ready to do it. An engineer is taking the shape of a chartered accountant. A robot is taking the shape of a doctor. Everywhere data, data and data. We have to migrate, we have to travel towards that. And that is how the internal audit is changing its shape. And this is what I said. A simple formulas.
Sir, can we use ChatGPT? We got it.
You pasted it and then it is able to identify. Super.
In AI, we could not able to get. Through ChatGPT, we got it.
Anything. That is a skill that is required today. I don't know Excel. I need not know Excel. I should only know how the LLM models can help me to solve the problem. If I can know that much, problem solving is okay. So in that way, I am just saying here a simple formula here. So the formula here is, let me I do one thing. I will simultaneously update on the drive, so that if drive is updated, then I'll add one. I'll save this file. I am naming it as 16th November working. I am naming the file as 16th November working. I'll add this to the drive. I am adding this to the drive. In the drive I will, yes, I am opening this text file now. Text file is now opened. I am pasting the formula here. So you can also access this file. You can access this file, copy the formula, paste it into your Excel and check this. Now whether it is weekend, so once you have copied, then you can see here. So there are 1, 2, 3. There are few instances where the PO is split. This is weekend formula. This is weekend formula. Copied it to the total range, and then there are payments made on weekend. And the formula I am just updating on the. I am updating the formula. So with this, what happens is, now we are trying to fill this weekends, payments, whether any duplicate payment, the formula for duplicate payment,
In so many cases, the payment ID is same. So in other cases, payment ID is different. So same duplicate payments.
there are duplicates here. So the formula for duplicate I am updating here.
All the three put together, you have come to find it.
Formula for finding out the duplicates. The logic, you can decide the logic and then accordingly you can modify it. Mind it, what we are trying to do here is, do not lose the control, do not lose the control. What we are trying to understand is, on a historical data, we are using machine learning algorithms, and machine learning algorithms are none other than the Excel kind of algorithms or formulas on a large data. The concept is same. What is the concept? Logic. What is logic? Is equal to, greater than, less than. Same are converted into machine learning. Through that I am understanding the patterns. Through that I am detecting the anomalies. With this process I am predicting, finding out fraud indicators, financial irregularities, and I am now taking action on it. So as a part of that, we are now into Excel here. A new vendor, whether he is a new vendor, how do I find out a new vendor using a formula? There are multiple new vendors, payments are there. The condition for new vendor is, if the date on which the vendor creation and the date of payment is less than 30 days. Why is he in a so hurry to make payment to the new vendors? We have seen, no? Related party payments are made first. That is what related party payments are made first. What do you say? It is a pattern. It is an anomaly detected, and for that is machine algorithms are used, ML algorithm you have used, if the date on creation of the vendor and the date of payment is very less, very fast, when compared to the existing, unless related, we don't pay him early now. First preference.
Credit policy also we can compare. Credit policy we can compare. How many days?
Yeah. It depends on. It depends on. So this, for every data you can find out so many patterns. And that pattern, is it related to some anomaly? Is that pattern saying something on the anomalies? Is it natural, normal, arm's length? And those patterns are given to a data, and now data is speaking. And that's what I said, go back to the here. Descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive and cognitive. Analysis, data analysis is now descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive and cognitive. And that analysis is what we are trying to do using a simple Excel to understand. And the same algorithms are converted into a program and put it into the system. This is prototype. Yeah. Then expense claims. Is there a duplicate claim? There are some duplicates. What is duplicate? How is duplicate designed here? If in this employee name compared with the category, you understand the syntax here? If in this employee, if his employee name is duplicated with the supplies more than one time, then it is saying duplicate. This is an algorithm. That is a pattern in that industry. Now in each industry, each client has a different patterns. Accordingly you write this algorithm.
So we have to map with the employee list.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
supplier.
Correct. So this is one formula again. So I am updating the list here.
Bogus employee will come into this. Bogus employees will come under this.
Yes, it can. It can. You only have to define the algorithm, that's all.
So
Duplicate. Then I think I have not pasted the.
attendance register. Mapping with attendance register will do.
Yes, all that you can do. Weekend. Not weekend, new vendor. Okay. So we have talked about this. Then anomaly detections. normal approval days, how much is the normal approval days for each purchase order and payment. Now this is a payment file, this is a payment file with payment ID, and this is a purchase order with purchase order ID, and the purchase order and payment party name is there, PO ID, payment ID. Then you can easily find out the number of days that are taken to pay. If this is a normal thing, which is abnormal needs to be taken out. Anomaly detection is abnormal. Recognize the pattern, and if it is not within the pattern, it is anomaly. And whether that anomaly is leading to a risk, is it indicating a fraud, is it indicating a financial irregularity, give an alert, give a preventive measure, optimize suggestions, implement all those. And all these things, I am saying again and again, all these things should go into a report like this. It's a process. You can automate this. The total internal audit process can be automated. The moment anomalies are detected, it is freezed, then it should automatically come and sit into this format.
Continuous monitoring.
Continuous monitoring. Using LLM models, you can do it.
The whole process can be
Monitoring
automated.
also should be continuous.
This whole process can be automated.
Yes, total process.
And then you can prepare the report also in automated fashion.
That's all, yes. Process automation, I need not know today. I need not know the code at all. There is no need for me to know the code. I can generate. We can generate. You can do it. Go to LLMA. Llama Coder. Please go to Llama Coder. Please go to Llama Coder. This is the Llama Coder AI code generator. For your comfort, I am copy pasting it onto the same sheet where we are working together. For your comfort, I am pasting here in the same sheet. You can copy paste this on the browser. You can use mobile also to write a coding. Execute it at the same time. I have pasted it on the Google Drive. Sir, I have pasted on the Google Drive. Could you able to open that Llama Coder? Yeah. Are you onto this page? Sir, are you onto this page?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. What is it saying? Build me a calculator app. Are you able to see, sir? Yes, sir. Now write build me BUILD. Build me depreciation app. Sorry. Follow me, sir. Sir, follow me. Build me depreciation app. It is building a depreciation app. You seen this? Don't try to understand. Why should I understand? No need. No need to understand. You get the app here?
parameter checking on any parameter checking required.
If there is an error, you go back. Got it, sir? Yes, sir. Asset 1 lakh. Asset name PPE. Say P&L. Asset cost 1 lakh. Useful life 15 years. Residual value 5,000. Depreciation method, straight line method. Calculate depreciation. Over.
Python or something. This folder is Python or?
Yes, Python. Do you do coding? I don't know. In what way this is relevant? In what way this is relevant to the internal audit?
Sir, always validation is important for internal audit.
You have to do validation. That is the reason why we are chartered accountants. We can't use blindly. If you are using put an aloo on one side and you are getting gold on the other side, then what for chartered accountants? That is what Rahul Gandhi is promising. You put aloo here, you will get 5 lakhs. And he wants to become Prime Minister in that way. People believe that easy money. People are believing easy money. You have seen the Karnataka, they said, I'll give that, I'll give this. Telangana, they have said, I'll give this, I'll give this. False promises. Now we have to audit. We citizens, we are chartered accountants. I can't believe this blindly. We have to audit. And more the number of apps, more the business for chartered accountant. Who said AI is going to kill chartered accountants? AI will not kill chartered accountants. AI is a Brahmastra to the chartered accountants.
What did you get?
But it will kill those who are slaves to the technology. If I am a master to the technology, I need not bother. But you should not become slave to a technology. We are becoming slaves to the technology by using Computax, Winman, Sinman, Genius and all. We are becoming two slaves. Every day morning, book, Swiggy, Zomato, Upma, Idli. And a day will come where we'll call the urban clap fellow, come brush my tooth every day morning. That is a day when we will be in ICU. Because it happens in ICU where someone will be brushing and doing something else.
So that's what Pigs and Tails does it for our pets.
So we should not become a slave. We should always be ahead of the technology. And that's what this AI course is all about, L1, L2 and L3. How do we control that? How do we use it for our profession purpose? Okay. So why we have used Llama Coder is, I said, find the patterns, find out the calculations, find out the irregularities, using the tools. Yes, I am not able to understand the Excel formulas. I am asking AI to give it. Yes, there are errors. Sir is saying errors are there. Find out the errors, rectify it.
Sample and fraud indicators. Can we have sample and fraud indicators?
Yeah. So this is how we can, so these are all fraud vendor risks, and then what is fraud indicator? Payments made to a new vendor is a high risk. Rounding of sums on the invoices is a high risk. Multiple related party transactions are there, may be a risk. And how this pattern happens is through this. If these are being detected, the moment it is detected, you have to stop it. If you don't stop it, then it is not a preventive, it is a detective control. If you don't even stop the detective, it becomes a corrective. Don't even stop the corrective, it is compensative. Meaning what? during the COVID times, we have already talked about it. Preventive is keep away, wash your hands, put a mask. No, I got affected. Then what to do? Corrective is what? Put him on a different place. Corrective. No, even correction is not done. You have not put him in that. You are going and hugging him. Then what? LIC fellow will compensate. Compensating controls. Preventive, detective, corrective, compensative, or in the form of now diagnostic, descriptive, predictive, prescriptive and cognitive. All this is happening with data, data and data. That's all, nothing else. Only because of data. Okay, coming back again. Yeah. So vendor risks are there. When there are duplicate payments, look at the payments, which is probability of it. You can calculate, because once you have filled in all these things, you can calculate the probability. Unauthorized vendor creation, payment fraud, you can have a probability. Based on the probability, you can fix on the controls. How many policy violations have been done? What is the probability? Duplicate claims, fraudulent receipts, which is already there in all these sheets. You have all that. If you can track all those things with a formula, with a pivot table there and pulling it here, I need not explain all those basic Excel. Then it is automatically going into a fraud indicators. None other than this.
So probability is always subjective.
True, but you have, whatever you said is correct. But it will only say there is a probability. Having said there is a probability, still I go and there is a probability of tsunami coming here, still will I go and stand there? Saying that it is subjective, it may or may not come, let me check.
Attach risk levels.
It is our role to give an valuation. See, at the bottom line, why we are doing all these things is to give a value addition to the management. All these days, internal audit means 10,000 rupees cash payment, signature is not there, revenue stamp not fixed, GST reconciliations not done. All these days, control A, control C, control V audit report. So that fellow says, I don't pay 35,000 for internal audit. Why? But now when I start talking about all this risk, he says, no, you are worth paying 1 lakh. It is we who have to drive the management into a different direction. So this is all coming here, as I said again and again, I am saying at the cost of repetitive, I am saying we need to move towards not from MIS based post-mortem detective controls, no. Move towards descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive and cognitive. Move towards that. And you can move towards that not because that you become a data scientist, not required. LLM models are there. And that through that LLM model we have just now seen how it is building it. There was, to make you believe, I am just trying to make you believe. There was one offer letter has come for us asking us to quote for some audit. Some audit they have asked us to quote. Yes. Then my article student, a first year article student, he has used Claude and he has generated this app. I will show you. I'll put this somewhere else so that you will not get confused. This is a Python code is generated. Python code I have pasted. So I am just clicking this Python code. Yeah. Then this is the file that is generated now. You can just see 1235. This code is generated. This input I have to give. Rates, partner rate is this much, timelines is this much, additional documentation cost is this much, parameters is this much. Right? Now once this is done, I am using code generator, this Python code. You see, quotation is ready. Who has done this? First year article student has done it. Quote is ready. What is required? LLM model is there. Is it a paid? Free. I as a chartered accountant, if something is price, I'll say for one, another, will you give one more? 1+1 offer is there. I'll pay membership fees. Will you give free to my wife also? If something is free, then I'll misuse it. And if you misuse the LLM models, after 5 minutes it says, thank you very much, you have overused me, come after 1 day. I don't know, have you checked? Too much of prawns you use it, it says namaste Baba, come tomorrow. Okay, be that as it is. What I am trying to say is, today automation is happening everywhere with LLM because it is data. What are we trying to talk about? Once this data is there, once this kind of data, through this kind of data you can report. So, you can try because I have already given you, I will be giving you this format also. I can give you this format. You can try as a homework. You can try this as a homework. Put this snapshot. Control C. Let me try. I am trying for the first time. Let me try. As someone is asking, can we automate it? I'll go to POE using I'm adding this. I'm adding the format of internal audit report. Right? I'll add, if possible, I'll add the phase-wise data. I'm adding phase-wise data. File is in use. Okay, let me close this. Phase-wise data is added. 2 files added, right? Based on the Excel observations, kindly based on the Excel observations and image report format, kindly generate code for auto reporting This is my English. Reporting app, auto reporting app. Let us see what it does. You are experimenting. It is writing some code. You all, yeah. Can you see the report? App is done. Okay, let me go to that code, Llama coder. Removed it, I am pasting here. Something went wrong. Okay, some components are not. A red light says some 7 errors are there in it. Okay, no botheration. So what I am saying is, for small things you can take it and then make it as a automation tools. This is possible only when the tone at the top. I am an internal auditor of a corporate. The tone at the top, we have discussed about the tone at the top. We have talked about tone at the top. Yes, sir? For corporate. Yes, sir. But what about the tone at the top in my firm? I am always complaining on the client, but what about me? What is it type? What is the systems and controls in my office as a CA office? So if my CA office tone at the top is more aligned to the technology, my staff will run towards that. If my tone at the office, my tone at the top in my office is always looking at Computax, Winman, Sinman, laziness, addicted to the technology, slave to a technology, my family down also, they will also be addicted to it. They don't have innovations. I am expecting the client to be innovative, but not me as a chartered accountant. So that is where the client is looking at. If client is innovative, if Infosys is innovative, he looks at Big 4 and Big 5, they are innovative. If the government is innovative, they are looking at innovative chartered accountant. That's where NEFRA is taking over the positions. We are in the defending mode. So I am saying, after all it is tools that is making difference. What is the tool? Did we use any 104 satellites or launched with one rocket by ISRO? Are we talking about those technologies? No. Coming back again. Purchase orders. Finally, what we are trying to say here is purchase orders, pattern types. We are talking about patterns. We are talking about patterns. What patterns? Value range, anomaly, is a split. What is the risk level? High, predictive, fraud, splitting the purchases. Control measure is what? An approval workflow. Automated or manual. Further, approval time normal is 2 to 3 days, but this is being done at same day or a weekend. Risk is medium. predictive, fraud bypassing the controls, time lock is a control. Follow me, sir?
Yes.
You are able to connect?
Yes.
Mind it, again I am saying, again and again I am saying. All this result in a beautiful reporting format. And I am saying recommendation, I am saying management comment, I am saying action plan. Who has to do it? Approval time. Vendor creation. Normal pattern is vendor creation 1 to 2 months time it takes. Then if it is taking less or more, then the high risk, predicted fraud risk is shell companies. I need not say this. We have seen many cases where shell companies are overnight created. The moment it is created, even it is still not created, but the payments are made. Later on, JVs are passed. Control measure is verifications. Payment timing, next normal pattern is 30 to 60 days, but the anomaly indicators are same day. Risk is high. High risk of money laundering. Look at the payment schedules described. What is that we are saying? We are saying again patterns to risk indicators and fraud, action plan, implement as an audit, control mechanism. Employees. Value claim normal pattern is 5 to 25. There are round figures which indicates anomaly, which is medium risk, indicates an inflated claim. Controls are put an amount limit. Processing time 3 to 7 days normally, but it is done less than 1 day. Predictive measure, metric, then fraud risk is rushing the processing, then try to have a cooling period. That is where the moment you want to make an NEFT payments and all, you add an account, new account, it takes 3 hours, 2 hours of time, depending upon the amount. It doesn't allow you to make the payments after addition. A cooling period is done. Documentation. Pattern complete set is there. If there is any partial or missing, then it's an anomaly indicator. The risk is high. Then it can be a fake receipts. Then control measure is digital verifications. Category mix, normal it is 70 to 30%, single category, misclassification and limits, vendor transactions. Order frequency, it is monthly, but there are multiple in a day, and then it is high. There is possibility of order splitting. The control measure is frequency cap has to be put on. And that is where you have the apps. If you are making immediate payments, the app says no, don't make now payments. I will not allow you, I will freeze it. The moment you are using the credit card immediately, then it stops and you will start getting the SMSs and phone calls and mails that this your system, your credit card is used. Did you use it? Did you use it? And today after audit trail is implemented, after looking at the log, you can say whether all the payments have been processed within 1 second or 2 seconds or 2 minutes or 1 minute. And that is the reason why audit trail has been made mandatory. Wherein next onwards, the income tax and GSTs, they will just ask your audit, ask the tally backup or any backup, and they will go on to the log patterns, anomaly detections. To this extent, today GST and the income tax, they are into AI already. And before someone says it is fraud, the company should be ready to say and stop it. Payment size as per PO, rounding sums, credit terms, standard 45 say, but immediately they are saying invoice pattern. I'm saying pattern and pattern is machine learning. From this. So payment flows, multi-level, single approver, high risk. Authority is bypassed. Business hours, off the business hours, restrict the timing. Business needs, regular list, and so on. Then risk matrix. So once you put on these controls, the preventive rate will be very high. Detection is also high, but prevention rate is also high when you are trying to have these controls. And these are automated controls. And these automation can be done through a small tools like what I am saying, talking about. We have just now seen, I am giving some data in an Excel and then it is generating something. Tools are there today. Problem is, I as a chartered accountant and internal auditor on one side of the table, the other side of the table the management, and the chairman is a shareholder, right? Independent there. I as an independent chartered accountant, when I talk this, the management on the other side tries to put a hurdles. I don't know, have you seen this? The accountant, the management, the team will always say, nahi hota, wo are theory, these are all theory. But at the same time, what you have to do, you open the laptop, go to the Llama coder, create this, array, see this is created now. And these jokers are trying to put a hurdle to you. So that we are trying to help the management, because the management is blindly believing the age-old accountants there, who are putting hurdles to safeguard his position. Because if all this technology comes, he is afraid of its position. Okay. Then risk matrix and then controls effectiveness. This is what we need to demonstrate to the management, that the control type is automated, semi-auto, manual or AI and ML related, then false positives, how much time response, what is the cost of incurring it, and what is the ROI. Because all this is what it is, control, it is all about controls. We are traveling towards a scientific internal audit mechanism. So right from beginning, what we have said, internal audit patterns, normal range, value, common flags, splitted, weekend, duplicate, round figures, related party, timing pattern analysis, vendor transaction flow analysis, expense claim benefit baseline, risk probability matrix, policy violation matrix. The purpose of discussing all these things is this case study. Considering all these things, now I'll request you to answer this case law now, because we have been listening, fed up of listening for the past 1.5 to 2 hours. Now I think you can scribble few words onto that case study. Am I right, sir? Now I think you can answer it. Now you can answer it. In next 5 minutes of time, you have all the data now. You have now all the data. You have the Excel file on the team, on the Google Drive. You can open it and then start scribbling. Kindly start scribbling few words into it so that it stay onto our memory forever. Because we have forgotten writing. So these things, historical data, what we can do. For each one of it, I think you can write at least one line. For each one of it, I think you can write one line, so that we are memorizing what we have learnt in the last 1 hour time, 2 hours time.
So this file is 4th.
Sorry, sir?
4th one. This file.
First file, yes. The very one, first file, one.ers. Sorry, ma'am? Each line you can write at least for one part of it. Like say, action plan, preventive measure, what we have said. What is that we have? Now risk prediction, what did we say? Where is risk prediction? In that Excel sheet you have. That Excel sheet you have? So in that it is there. This file is none other than the Excel file, which is given as a case study, and that Excel file has calculations and all. Do you agree that we have learnt all these things today? You convert that into a autonomous, then it is cognitive. Audio connection is audio. Right. As you are asking about, as you have started asking about cognitive, let us see an example for cognitive. Let us see an example for cognitive. autonomous AP. AP is not Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh. AP is accounts payable. Autonomous accounts payable system, meaning from procurement to pay, the total process is automated without human intervention. Wherein the moment return is filed, the refund is automated. Autonomous processes. And today world is moving towards that. Let me just get the இங்க எடுத்துக்கு வரணுமா சிஸ்டம் இங்க எடுத்துக்கு வரணுமா
Table nothing.
As an accounts payable leader, you know how hard it is to process manual invoices. You've tried taming them with automation, but paper and PDF invoices haven't gone away and still force you into manual review and processing cycles. But just as AI is transforming driving with autonomous vehicles, it is also leapfrogging old approaches to AP to deliver very high rates of autonomous invoice processing, even for non-electronic invoices. In fact, both technology...
This is autonomous car. This is autonomous car. It is able to recognize through a sensor an object, and then accordingly it is controlling the speed. And that object which is recognized is in the form of an unstructured data. Object which is not a database, a photo, a PDF is an unstructured data. Autonomous car is facing an unstructured data and then taking a decision. It is taking a decision. We were talking about what? Just now we talked about data-driven decision making. We have understood now. And this is where it is moving towards data-driven. When a car is able to detect, sense an object and decide whether to stop or speed or take right or left turn, when it is deciding on its own, based on a PDF, why can't a system decide whether to make a payment or not? Autonomous. After all, human beings are involved for what? Decision making.
Its work in a similar way. A Tesla's computer vision sees its surroundings, distinguishes between people, stop signs, and other vehicles to understand the situation, and uses AI to decide how to react. AppZen's autonomous AP works much the same way, to process and approve the majority of invoices without requiring human intervention. First, AppZen's computer vision accurately reads every invoice, even when it's hard. For example, it can extract an invoice attached to an email while ignoring other attachments or irrelevant text. It can parse multiple invoices embedded in a single PDF, and it can recognize a logo and use it to validate a supplier. Second, AppZen uses our finance knowledge to understand the invoice's content and context, like the supplier, amount, requester, individual line items, and if there is or should be a matching purchase order. Third, AppZen's AI accurately predicts the right spend category, accounting treatment, and general ledger code.
This is what we have just now seen here. It is saying spending time, the pattern, the amount, the ledger account, wrong ledger account. Did you not work out in that Excel file? The same things are automated into the AP process and system is stopping here. And you have seen here, this is an invoice which has been stopped. It's not in accordance with the defined data, it is stopped for review.
Our AP team only needs to review exceptions, while AppZen autonomously approves the vast majority of invoices.
Not all the refunds, not all the income tax refunds having refunds are processed immediately. Right, sir?
Yes.
Certain refunds are on hold. Why? Because they have a pattern recognition. They have seen the past data of frauds and the refund. They have a huge data of experience with the income tax. They have made a patterns, and if that patterns are there, 142 2 notices are there, searches are there, pattern recognition. Now I am saying the other side department is working on this side. Why chartered accountants are not making their clients to invest? Yes, clients are investing, but as an auditor I am not able to understand what it is. There is a gap.
Even non-electronic, non-PO backed invoices. The days of an AP process.
These are all process where currency invoice, aggregate invoice totals, then currency service API. Like I have made an aggregate, I have made an autonomous payments process. But I have an invoices which are imported. At what rate I should account? RBI or SBI rate? Today one rate, tomorrow one rate, yesterday, day before yesterday. Why manual intervention? Let this this system have an API with RBI or API with SBI. You connect to it, automatically data comes here. Manual intervention is completely eliminated. And purchase policy. Purchase policy, we have been talking about split purchases. The day when it is new vendor, old vendor, we have not worked out in Excel today. The same are policies which are monitored through a data.
With long cycle times, high costs, and inaccurate accounting are over. It's time for a new approach. It's time for AppZen autonomous AP.
You may say this is all in English, whichever some other country this is happening. Am I right? No, our own chartered accountant from Pune, he is doing this autonomous process. You can look into this, and the kind of pricing he has put for this doesn't have 15,000 rupees per annum or per month, depending on the transaction. This is the volume. This is how the profession is moving. This is what the value addition we can do as a part of internal audit or a consulting or whatever you say. This is the area of practice left to the chartered accountant, and this is the only area of practice. This is the only area of practice. Other than litigation practice. Compliance practice is dead. Because the data has taken birth and reached the regulator. I have sold today, immediately it has reached through e-invoice, e-way bill, it has already reached. And it is coming to me after 1 year for audit. See the difference. Earlier, transaction taken place in the supply chain management, auditor is a first fellow to know about the data and last fellow is the department. Now it is reversed. It is reversed. And there is no requirement for a attest function. But because of my mamakaram to the audit, I am not able to lose that skin touch with the audit. If someone is snatching away, but I still dreaming that no, audits will not go away from auditor. I am still dreaming. We have already lost tax audits of less than 10 crores. GST we have lost. Wait some more days, the corporate audits of less than 250 crores will be lost. We'll be in a position on par with US, where the kind of regulations in US, regulations in India will be same, wherein there are no audits for other than listed companies. A day will come here also. Okay, come what may. The point here is, we have to move out of this area into this practice with new tools. I said, we have just now said this. Let me demonstrate. Again, yesterday, one of the partner with the students, he has done this. Invoice processor. Invoice processor. Input documents. In this input documents, I am putting an invoice image. I am putting an invoice image in this input document. This is an image input document. This is a PDF input document. Just now we have seen AP AppGen, we have just now seen the PDFs are read. This is a PDF. So in the input document, I have put some invoices here. Output, let me show you the output. I am just removing this output, deleting it. Now there is nothing in the output. Follow me carefully. Now I am just saying invoice processor. I have double clicked this invoice processor. Right, now there is a window opens here. Yeah. This window has opened here. Sir, you are following me? I am saying browse where the folder invoices are there, and this is the input document where my scanned Excel, PDF, handwritten are there in this. Selected process invoice. Process invoice. What it said? Processing completed. Go back to output. You see this? Yes, earlier it was not there. Now it has come. What is this? Let us see this example. We have seen that autonomous AP. Is it possible now? Possible? To generate this program, it has taken just 3 hours of time for 2 manpower using POE, using POE and some small tools. A chartered accountant is able to do with a student today. Like this, you can generate tools today. Like this, we can generate tools today. So many tools for automation. And this is where we are moving towards. Finally, again, before I conclude, data sources. We are saying using machine learning, use for predict the risks, have an action plan, implement as an auditor. So the learnings that we had today is this. Understanding the predictive analytics workflow, application of ML in audit procedures, risk assessment and management techniques, implement preventive controls, importance of data-driven decision making. This is all I have for today. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Sorry, sir?
Preventive controls to predictive and prescriptive controls, and how the reports and repeat process can be automated using different AI tools.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone, sir? Sir? Like to say something?
Today, I actually learned there are a lot of tools which can be explored, and we can make our own developed small automation tools which can be applied to our clients. It can be a very efficiency.
So just in case you let them know of that.
Anyone, sir? Anyone? Sir, would you like to say something? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll have lunch and then we can enter the next session.
We heartily welcome session speaker CA Paul Jaker to occupy the dais, please. We request CA R. Raman sir to introduce about the speaker.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to introduce Mr. Paul Jager. In fact, most of you are already know him. He doesn't require any introduction, but still I would like to say a few words about him. If I want to introduce him fully, it will take half a session, so I am cutting short and just highlighting some of the points. He is a fellow member of our institute. He has done post-qualification diploma in insurance and risk management. That I think he has specialized in risk management. Most of the companies he has been a consultant for that. He is a certified risk information system controls, and he is a doctorate under the subject of vulnerability study on web-based e-commerce system with Madras University. He has completed in 2005. He has done his masters in commerce in Laila College and BCom again in Laila College, coming colorfully with the distinction. Presently he is a director of IT and RMS Information Technology and Risk Management. He is a director in CNK and Associates. It's a LLP partner, and he is the independent director of Panasonic Carbon India Company Limited. And his domain runs to 2 pages. Briefly, he is into information technology, information system audit and risk advisory board in many of the corporates. And he is into digital forensic audit and analysis, data analysis and artificial intelligence and ML audits. I hope we will highlight on this subject today. And he has done a lot of overseas assignment. Just few of them are in USA. He is a Signet Assurance on behalf of Royal Soft Service Limited. In Malaysia, he has done multiple of consultancy, and our neighbor country Sri Lanka on behalf of Millennium Soft Solution Private Limited, and on behalf of Mrs. Bytech Lanka and TCC of Lanka. He has technical experience in various areas, including for MCA committee of University of Chennai, and 40+ years experience in software engineering, and is a regular faculty of our institute, which you are all aware of it. And he is also, in addition to that, he takes private coaching for CAA, ISCA, CA, SSLP and DSCA courses. With this, I introduce Mr. Paul J. Kumar. Over to Mr. J. Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We request CA Rajavelu sir to present memento and shawl to speaker. Please come, sir. Thank you, sir.
So good afternoon to all our participants. So today we've been asked to look at internal audit, and actually the original subject years ago was called fraud risk assessment, which you might have done in part of your audit assignments. That's years ago, that's like 20-30 years ago. Nobody paid attention. Those are done only for companies with foreign investments or joint ventures or whatever. Then over the years, fraud risk assessment became serious because Indian companies, the fraud was mostly in not paying taxes. That was the maximum they could do. It was a closed economy, no big business going on. But over the years, as we progressed, then BPOs came, then manufacturing came. I mean, I'm talking about the whole of India, so lots of things happened. And then, of course, we blame Satyam, but before Satyam there were frauds. After Satyam also there are frauds. So it's just that the new company law was a copy of the SOX, Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Now we generally copy from Britain, but this time they copied from the USA. So we copy and modify and do something with it. And that became the company law 13, and that got introduced in stages, phases, and then finally we also have classes, clause by clause, and we read it out like a leave letter or whatever. So that was what happened. Then of course suddenly the ID Act came, now the DPDP Act, there was a Privacy Act which never took off because the largest user of people's data is the government. So when they wrote the act, they didn't know they were using it. When they went to the parliament to pass it, then the Sri Krishna committee told them you split it for medical, for finance. And then they got scared and the government withdrew that whole thing. And then we have the DPDP Act, which applies only to digital data. It doesn't apply to paper data. So they found sufficient twists and so on, and now you know what happened to our accounting and auditing standards. So it doesn't work if we try to dodge. So the government is watching us very carefully, and they have their own laws, and we have to comply with it. So what is the bottom line? Bottom line is audit has become preemptive instead of historic. Historic was that we teach how to read a balance sheet, you know, that a statement of income, statement of balances, cash flow, and as you know that no final account is correct. It's all signed and all assurance. It's not correct because when you go back to check, because now you got back-to-back checking, so you'll be surprised that the government does most of your back-to-back checking. Private people don't do that. So they have sufficient data on all the deficiencies. There are 7,000 listed companies, out of which the top 700, most of the 700 have gaps, or they call them holes in the balance sheet. So they all have holes, but then it depends how big the hole is. If it's like huge, or if it's affecting like money laundering, or they're doing banned stuff, then of course they are caught. Caught means selectively caught. But otherwise the government says, okay, we'll see next time. So it's gone. So this is one of the problems. And then SEC, that's the US equivalent of SEBI, they have introduced the inline XBRL. Now India is also trying to do that, but it's dragging their feet. Once that comes, that means XBRL is readable, the same XBRL is readable as human readable in print or online format. It is also readable by the machine. So private data analytic companies can do a lot of analytics with your data, which is right now we have to pull the balance sheets out because you can still read them, do analytics, but now it becomes easy, machine readable. So these are all the developments. Some are already there, some are in the pipeline. Some will suddenly be introduced because we have certain reasons why the government keeps holding things back. For instance, we are a highly polluting country, India and China. Most of the world's whatever they require is made in these two countries. Teflon coating is poisonous, super glue is poisonous, manufacturing process, almost everything is poisonous. So we are the largest, we are not manufacturing largest, China is, but India is the service provision provider largest. So there are reasons why certain laws have not been passed, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't study, you can keep studying, it's fine. For instance, we have problems with South America, we have lithium mining, we have got, if you're doing ESG, then you've seen a whole lot of problems happening. So finally, when something goes wrong, the audit committee will ask only one question: what were the auditors doing? Because that's the only question they'll ask. So you make the presentation, you get into trouble. So I have to explain what we are doing. That's the first part. Now the second part is, we were asked to look at fraud detection and so on. Now fraud detection, as I told you, fraud risk assessment, if you read some of the older books, they teach you PESTLE, political, environment, social, technological, legal, and what's the last T, economic. Okay, so we have got these reasons, we put some questionnaires, they fill it up, we borrowed them, it's all taken from US and Europe. Remember, they were the prosperous countries at one time. So even now they contribute to the research. US, Europe, Singapore, China, and China's got a very highly, very advanced academic system, so they do contribute. But when this, you'll have to understand what they're saying. So these are the countries which contribute, and we follow it. Those fellows are not able to follow because nobody is studying in those countries. Most of the teachers and students are Indians and Chinese. So given that background, we implement it, they write all the rules. So all your artificial intelligence and machine learning, whatever you're learning now in your auditing, is all from those countries. It is not from us. I think you have seen what some of the government is saying, what some old retired people from the software industry are saying is, don't form AI models for India, but you have to form them. So India is a specific, confused, not confused, but a different set of rules. China is another different set of rules. The rest of the world is highly homogeneous. They all do the same thing. Go to any airport, you go to any McDonald's or go to any service center, they're all the same. Here it is not. So this is like even in a hospital, you probably choose the doctor rather than the hospital. Workshop, you choose the mechanic rather than the workshop. Here it's like totally different. So that is why we need to learn more of those newer audit techniques. Now, will it be in our institute material? It won't be there. The closest we have is the American Institute of Chartered Accountants, they are not Chartered Accountants, Certified Public Accountants, AICPA, they have a ADA, Audit Data Analytics. The standard is in 3 volumes. The draft was free. Now the final thing, they're asking money, but don't pay for it. On the internet, you'll find the draft. You can download it. So that's good enough. That's all we need right now. We don't need the final AICPA stuff. So the draft won't have gone through any modification because the last draft will be on the internet. So you take it. So audit, data analytics, and then we try to mix it up a little bit and teach our students here. Thing is, the background is, I'm sure all of you are senior people, or most of you are senior people. You must have had maths and statistics either in BCom or in CA. It used to be in CA, it was in internet, and so all of you will know. If you just brush it up, you'll get it back. You need maths and statistics. So there's no accounting without mathematics and statistics. So that's the final bottom line. So students who now they are joining CA and for the last many years saying there's no maths in it, so become no maths. Now they are all in trouble. So those who have to use only Excel and Power BI, whatever they have to use, because they're all built-in formulae. They can't understand or interpret much, but if you have to learn, then we have to learn. I mean, there's no other choice. So it's like, let's say Tamil Nadu was objecting to Hindi, but all our workers are Hindi chaps. They have to learn Hindi, there's no choice. So that's it. So I look at it that way. It's only like spoken Hindi, we learn spoken maths or spoken statistics. That will do. You don't have to worry beyond that. So if you go into this thing, actually it's made with a small outline. Go to the next slide. The next slide. Okay, I just made the 3 parts. This first part you have covered this morning. I'll just quickly run through it. You don't have to spend much time on it. It's only the second and third which is causing, are giving us some kind of scope for newer assignments or newer work. But remember that the second and third are not mandatory unless it's a listed company. Okay, then of course you have to follow it, but there are not too many listed companies. And apart from the 700 top listed companies, now especially for ESG it's 1,000. But all the smaller listed companies are as good as partnerships or sole proprietors. The small ones, they're not able to get out of the listings, so they're stuck there. So that's the problem. Okay, you can continue. Okay, this is what I said. I'll go through quickly because you've already seen it this morning. So what we have is that risk assessment. See, what we say is all your audits should be driven on risk assessment. Originally it was an internal audit. It was called risk-based internal audit. And then they progressed it to a statutory audit, and then all audits, but we don't do all the audits, like environment, whatever, safety. There are a lot of audits which people do. We have a different qualification. So some of you will have all that, environment, whatever you have, and so many audit certifications you have. So if you do that, the first point tells you prioritize the risk. So how do you prioritize risks? That needs a knowledge of the business. Now what is the knowledge of a business? So generally, because we all of us know what happens. So when you take a credit card issued by Master or Visa or someone, it's a foreign company card, and then you went and swiped it in a petrol bunk, where does the data go to? Come on, it's not a BIAMA class, so it's CA. So we do banks, we do all kind of stuff, so insurance. Okay, I forget the petrol bunk. Okay, you take this card, you take a Canara Bank card and you go and take money from an Axis Bank ATM. What happens? See, in the olden days we used to teach inter-branch reconciliation, inter-bank reconciliation, clearing house, or something we taught out on. So it's completely cancelled. So what happens now? No, the point is it's you're gonna, okay, let's say you're a Canara Bank account, you went to the Axis Bank ATM and you withdrew cash. Cash came from a third party, some CMS or something. Where does the entry go to?
Goes to the IDA switch and it goes back to the computer of the Canara Bank.
Not so quickly. The olden days, when the ATM was the bank ATM. Now you have white label ATMs.
Okay.
So it doesn't go that way, sir. Okay, what we are now doing is, at least one thing is certain, we won't become hackers. So we won't steal money. But if you learn, we have to learn, otherwise how do we catch these potential thieves and all these fellows? Now the problem is the auditor has to learn, they call it fintech, but that's okay, it's a fancy name. It's just a name. What it means is you got to learn all these network routes. It won't be in an audit, it will be an audit material, but very expensive, American, Europe, very expensive. You just ignore that. You just try to work with free material from IRDA, RBI, MPCI. We got a lot of those websites now, MIT, and even CLT has. So we can take from there. They're all the same. It's just copied and pasted somewhere else. So take it from there. So you will get the entire flow. Now once you know the flow, you will get a good idea on the risks. Now very old frauds, these people used to fabricate cards. They'll stick a cassette tape and then put magnetic imprint. It's all gone. You work with OTPs, you work with numbers. The physical card is meaningless now, so it's all gone. So it's only a number, it's only a piece of information you give. So the risk there becomes totally different. And then we are talking about switches, actually called soft switches, operated by third parties, like this what's it called, FSI or we have a company. There are a lot of soft switch companies. Elementally is another one. Morning, they had a person from Hyderabad, that company operates in Hyderabad. So we have a lot of those soft switch companies, which you may not even know them unless you're auditing them. They are not part of the bank or anything. They are not being part of the RBI or whatever. They are third parties who just offer services. And if they get the customer in, it's fine. So they work there. And from there, a card is again filtered out and a lot of things happen because as I go through the class, I had to explain. Now, if you used your card here, and let's say your son or wife was some other place in Delhi or maybe some other place, Canada, and the guy usually wants money or somebody wants money, and he said, okay, use the card. They just use the number. Now that will become a suspicious transaction because in India you're using it at 2 o'clock and 201 somebody in Canada or Delhi is using it, it gets flagged off. But if it's a regular pattern, now if it's a standard pattern, then it's not a red flag. So this risk now becomes, you have to start learning the pattern of each individual who is using that data, or maybe a customer or anybody for the matter, a transporter, an insurer, or a packer, or whoever it is. Individual patterns have to be analyzed. The question is how much of data can be analyzed. And McDonald's processes 4 petabytes of data every day. Not McDonald's, Domino's pizza. Domino's processes 4 petabytes of data every day. So storage is not a problem. Have you ever wondered how much storage YouTube needs? Or Google needs, or whatever the free stuff we use? Now we are running out of hard disk space, pen drive, whatever, but how much space do they have? And unfortunately we don't do those audits. So, but if you did, and somebody said content is getting stolen, they're putting YouTube, Netflix content on YouTube, when some hacking is going on, some theft, distribution royalties are not being paid. Now all those become risk points. So we need to look at all those risks. So would we find them in a standard book? We won't. You'll have to learn the knowledge of the business or business acumen or whatever you need to learn it. So that's one of the important things now. Okay, so that's the second one is process and control mapping. I'll just show you some diagrams. See, after go back. Some of you might have come out of curiosity, I'm not sure, but some of you might have come here to get new business or whatever, or go into new service lines, or maybe in an industry you're already struggling with this. So depends, whatever your need is. The homework you do after the class depends on your need. I'll leave a lot of links. I'll leave my email, you can mail it, I'll send you everything. So remember that we need to work with some kind of funny diagrams. They're not the standard flowcharts we learned long ago, run flowcharts and system flowcharts, program flowcharts. They're not useful anymore. So we are working with different things like business process mapping notation, UML diagrams. Today we have a whole lot of graphs. So we have to work with those drawings. They can be generated if you use ChatGPT, that's the easier free stuff. You can dictate your problem, define your problem in English, just do a small YouTube on prompt engineering, you can do that. So once you do that, it will ask you to generate an XML file for BPMN. Once it generates the XML file, paste that XML file in any BPMN editor, the drawing is ready. If you want to edit it, don't edit the drawing, go back, edit your prompt, make ChatGPT generate a fresh XML, paste it again, you'll get the new drawing. So those drawings can be very useful when you're extending it to your audit. If you're plugging in some API or whatever, or if you're using Process Maker or any software of your choice. That's the second one. Third one, you can leave off because we still teach sampling, but today they don't use sampling because you got enough, computing power to check 100% of the data. So most of the larger banks where they have 5 crore records, 3 crore records, NPAs, whatever they have, you can process all 100% of them. So that is why they don't use sampling anymore. If you notice, there's a huge difference between the head office auditor and the branch auditors. So the head office does some all closed door stuff. They don't share it. It's wrong. We should share knowledge. But anyway, they don't. Can't force them to do it. But they do 100% of the processing. They don't work on samples anymore. Don't work on samples unless you are forced to do it. Like somebody says, I cannot give you the whole data. I can give only a small part of it or something like that. But then be suspicious of the client. Then 4 is a data analytics. I'll just touch on it very surface level, because that's a whole stuff we have to learn. Now how much should we learn? See, all this was there sitting for years. We never bothered about it. In costing we thought cost, volume, profit relationship, margin costing, break-even analysis, something. Ratios, we thought some standard ratios. Some liquidity, solvency, something. But today if you have a startup, what ratios would you use? If you're looking at your share market, use something called capture ratios. There are a lot of new ratios. They're already there. I mean, we didn't create it today. They were already there, but no BCom or RMCom or CA syllabus bothered to bring it in. They just got stuck with a handful of formulae. We're all happy with it. Now we have to start looking at these new ratios. So when you see a ratio and a data analytics, probably 100% of the time it is not what we learned as the traditional stuff. Some debt turnover ratio and all that. So we have data is not paying you. The system will show it up immediately. You don't need a ratio for that. So in fact, it will send it up to your debt recovery agent. We don't call them debt recovery. They phone and ask you didn't pay your bill and all this stuff. So or they disconnect a line. So data analytics, unfortunately, we have to learn the new ratios. Just look for them on the internet. If you don't find it, all our voluminous stuff, but anyway, you can go through it. Interviews and questionnaires, of course, this means...
In that one point.
Yes, sure, go ahead.
Quantitative data is there as a non-quantitative.
Yeah, both.
Both. You have to do that.
Yeah, both. Qualitative is more important because if you take a pattern, let us say you're swiping your card or you're swiping a door or whatever, putting a thumb impression, we have to see whether you swipe left to right or right to left. If you change, that means you gave your card to somebody else and said, attend the afternoon session, I'll get that news. So immediately it will form. If I'm giving you a lecture and there's free Wi-Fi here and the Wi-Fi traffic is high, that means nobody is listening to me. They're all playing the phone. So there are ways to find out. So you need to look at that data also. Okay, so okay, fine. Then we have the interviews, walkthroughs, observations. The more knowledge you have, the easier it is to identify problems. Problem 3, we are only interested in problem 3. Everything is right, we are not so interested in that. Something is wrong, then we are definitely worried about it. Then we have the document and policy reviews. Now policies, everybody writes, I mean it's a board approved policy, there's that. Most of them are copied, cut, pasted, English is wrong, all other things they will find. But today these policies have to be uploaded in the cloud server. So if you are using any decent cloud server, 3 of them are large, AWS, Google, GCP, Google Cloud Platform and the Azure. The policy has to be keyed in there. So you have to type it in, you have to set the parameters. So whenever an activity takes place, the machine is validating each transaction against the policy. So if there's a gold loan policy, 60% to be given. Whenever a loan is to be cleared finally, all the loan origination, the clearing, whatever, credit manager, all that, it will check whether it's exceeding 60%, if it is, it will stop it. So which means it's like 100% checking. Now these policies have to be loaded. As long as we wrote in English and just gave it to the auditor and said confidential, read it online, you could write rubbish. 700 pages for a treasury policy which didn't have the main parts in it. Now today that won't work. So in the old software, Calypso is useless. So today you're using newer software. And when that happens, like Mercury and all that, it will go to catch you immediately. As whether one deal goes beyond less more, it stops immediately. So there are, the problems now are, exception lists will be huge. But then after some time, if you see the graph, once people know they're getting caught, then they will drop off. Say like they put cameras in morning speakers from Hyderabad, they're all complaining in Hyderabad because the whole of Hyderabad has got AI cameras all over, and even if it's a green signal, but if you have exceeded the speed limit, you still get a ticket. Kerala was the first state, they had some initial bugs, Bangalore didn't work, Madras never worked, and now Hyderabad is making it work. Now the point is, the government has found that as a new source of revenue. It's running into thousands of crores, which finds at 10,000 more, so it's a lot of money, so it's so a lot of money. You can pay online also, you can pay whatever way you want. So the point now is when the government sees it as a source of income, they have started using it more extensively. So that's, and remember none of our normal cameras are AI based. They're all CCTV, some watchman will be watching them. The government went straight to an automatic thing where the challan is issued, you don't pay, they accumulate. But that's that one thing, they accumulated. You go to the RTO office, they'll catch you when you're transferring. But other than that, they are not sending you notices or chasing you, but they'll start, they'll see the other states. Okay, any other point now is this policies have become extremely important, particularly if it's a cloud-based system. Company shifted to cloud, then that's where it is. Then we have this control self-assessment where the employees are asked to discuss all the possible risks. Now, see, the risks are, suppose we are looking at like a shop, a retail shop. In US, most of the risks are maybe shoplifting, but most of the time it will be a hold-up. They'll come and steal your money. They'll steal $5, $10 also, they bring a gun and come. Here, I don't think any fellow will bring a gun for 100 rupees, 1,000 rupees. He's not going to waste his time. Here, they're pilfering the items. That's more important for them. So, in one of our recent frauds, you have seen on Flipkart, they were ordering an iPhone along with other cheaper items, and they'd give a wrong OTP. And by the time this was getting sorted out by the vendor and the delivery boy and the Flipkart or the seller, they had changed the labels on that iPhone box with the cheaper item box and switched it back and sent it. It was almost 2 crores. Of course, they caught them. See, the thing is, if you do something wrong, don't repeat it and don't do it in the same place. So, if you're picking pockets, you have to pick it at different parts of the city, not the same place, and they'll catch you. So the criminals are not well trained, but you'll have to study because you'll have to find trained criminals also. So that's why when you're looking at that control self-assessment, you're going to ask the actual people on the ground, ground reality, what is their problem? I don't know if you've seen, if you've got friends at the baggage counter, if you don't need friends, it's all corrupt. Mostly for foreign flights, excess baggage, how do you manage it? You bribe the guy, then you pay him in the toilet, so the guy put your box in and send it out. The problem is not that. The problem is if it's overloaded, the aircraft, taking off and landing will be a problem. Particularly take off it will do, but if it's landing will be a major crisis. So there will be a corruption limit also within that overloading which they are doing. Because beyond a certain limit, the aircraft will run into trouble. So India has got so many patterns. See, no other country will have such a complex pattern for loading baggage and passenger baggage into aircraft. We have built our own models. So a little amount of corruption is allowed, some excess is allowed, but all that should go within the tolerance. So if it's within the tolerance, it's fine. As an auditor, you normally will say, okay, 2%, 3%, okay, fine, 5%, then it's okay. But if 20%, then it's a problem. So is that clear? I don't know how clear it is, but since we don't look at so deeply when we do the audits, so if you look at the contracts, infrastructure, the airline, baggage handling, mostly logistics, see every lorry, when they load sand or bricks, whatever, after that lorry will have a kind of shutter. On top of it, there will be 1 or 2 layers of bricks. Now, when it's sold, the brick is not supplied to the buyer of the bricks. Whom does it go to? No, that's an allowance to the driver and cleaner to make sure the guys don't have accidents. They deliver it on time within the night time slot. So that 1 layer of bricks money is theirs. Same thing happens to oil tankers in India. The oil tankers, fuel tankers, road tankers, 2.5% evaporation is allowed. So they drive mostly at night. They pour water on the tanker to keep the evaporation low. That 2.5% will go to the driver and cleaner. Oil companies are public sector. Okay, bricks are not, but anyway, public, private, everybody's got their allowance for safety. Instead of punishing the guy, you reward the guy. So tell him, do something, say money is yours, then make sure it reaches safely. They have very few accidents. Brick trucks, oil tankers, very few accidents. Bus has accidents. So they get a no accident bonus. It doesn't make sense to the guy. So you can tell him all sitting passengers' money is government's, all standing passengers' money is yours, but if you have an accident, I'll take it off. There will not be a single accident, all buses will be on time. So there are ways to, that's why only India is totally different. We don't treat it as corruption, it's treated as incentive or bonus or whatever you call it. Okay, but other countries will call it. See, actually, if you give a lunch to an auditor, it's a bribe according to the internal audit standards. India didn't write it. But Europe, US, Africa, wherever, South America, all that. Lunch to an auditor is a bribe. Here, if you don't give lunch, then you're very upset. Because that's normal. They give a diary card in the street or something. So, see, the problem is the cultural issues are there. So if you keep on reading the overseas stuff, somewhere it won't make any sense, so we don't bring it into the audit. We have to, that's why they're saying rewrite all your audit standards. This was for this thing. Culturally, Eastern culture is, hospitality is not a bribe. Western culture is they won't even ask if you had a lunch or they won't ask you anything. They just say come finish your work. Go. So that we have to look at all that. And then comes benchmarking.
Even hospitality is separate.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Influence your decision.
Yes, there's a big problem there. So that's why we see if you keep a client's wall clock in your office or a client's cup on your table, that means you are a corrupt auditor. So is that clear? So he gave you a free gift, but he kept it on your table. It's a bad auditor. So that's the problem. Okay, now benchmarking is comparison. Now earlier we didn't benchmark anything. We used to say industry standard, other companies. We teach them classes and so other companies. Now we are saying standard and poor. You got to look at some ratios, global stuff, GDP, all kind of data is coming in now. So benchmarking shows us a lot of new things. Liquidity ratio was 2 was very good. 1 was average and below that was insolvent. But now after GDP and all this industry, you need 3.06 as your liquidity ratio. Otherwise, you are insolvent because some of your inventory is not cannot be liquidated. There's something called obsolete, not obsolete, something you have. Some of the cash will not come to you because your account is frozen. There are a lot of things which happen. Data fellows are absconding. All kinds of things happen. So they said 3.06 is minimum. If you're below that, you're a bad company. You're not a good company. So what is happening is the thresholds we taught are no longer relevant. They are gone. So we have to keep working with these new ones. Then continuous auditing and monitoring is possible because of computers. They are all programmed to check all the data which is entered and so on. There is something called a management override of controls. You can see them in the larger companies. You can release money without a PO or accept goods without a PO. Lorry is waiting, strike going or some problem. Or you can release money without a bill because there's some urgent stuff to be done. So some stories I'll tell you. It's left to you to believe or not to believe. But anyway, the point is, that story is, if it's a continuous monitoring, it will get blocked. So it cannot move. So when the government wanted to put these radio metering on your electric meters, like they do for SCADA for large or generation plants, if they do it to your home, when the truck drives down your road, it reads all the meters. That's it. Otherwise, if it's a fully electronic, of course, we'll send it up directly to the EV department. The disconnection list and payment, nothing is in the hands of the AE, JE, linesman, nothing. None of them will get a single paisa. No, they'll object. So the government is delaying it because I told them like extra bricks and extra baggage. The extra stuff lineman makes is the loyalty. The lineman stays till he retires. Otherwise he'll get a better job in any private electric company or discount company or grid. But he's stuck to the Tamil Nadu Electricity Board. Why is he sitting there? He makes that extra money. So that's, because officially I can't tell you that, but unofficially that's part of the monitoring system. So when we teach a continuous controls monitoring, theory is very good, private it works, large companies also it doesn't work. So software companies will get you a taxi to drop you home. It's a bribe actually. It's not, they're not concerned about your safety. It's basically, you feel happy when you get a taxi, the guy won't leave his job. So that the lunches, those kind of things. Forensic and investigative techniques, they have become very huge now because criminals are no longer average people. They have learned accounts thoroughly, absolutely thoroughly. So when you do this account tracebacks, how they manage to pass all those entries. And see, for instance, in all ERPs, we have an account called a control account. In olden days, it was taught as a suspense account. Something didn't tally, then the teacher told you, put that difference amount somewhere and call it a suspense account. A control account is a suspense account, it's got nothing else in it. It's something you didn't post, or something which not turned up properly, you left it there. But then the question is, why doesn't it turn up in the trial balance? It is a ERP fine-tuned fraud. It doesn't show up in the trial balance. So the control can have balances, but nobody knows what those amounts are. And in many companies it runs into crores, 100 crores, 500 crores. So the problem here is that we have accepted that as the fraud as a normal system. So it's like you don't have a, let's say you don't have a horn on your bike, then it's accepted as normal. So just leave it, so don't bother about it. Now these are some of the issues we are struggling with, because control accounts are the place where all the spending takes place, and then the banker fellows learned that, and they opened up what are called office accounts. And they started routing NPA, evergreening, all that to the office accounts. Same as control account. They get a different name, nice name for it. I'm sure the Infosys fellows found a name for it. So the office account, the control account, they're all fraud accounts. I'm sure you got it. Some of you must be doing bank audit, they asked you to check office accounts. They don't turn up in any, whatever, double entry we say, all entries in a trial balance will show the balance, and if it doesn't tally, then go check what happened. It will tally, but there are what shall we say, hidden accounts which are not showing up in your trial balance. And then I'm sure somebody else will find something, because the insurance already found a way of paying the brokers extra commission. That also came out. So now I'm sure the next one busy, they're trying to find a new way to do it. So that's where this investigation becomes complex, because the thieves know the accounting better than the auditors. So that's the problem. So anyway, that's fine. Okay, so that'll be enough for the techniques. So next is we have to look at some standards. Now if you have any questions, please ask me. We look at some standards. Now we don't bring in these standards, we call them framework standards, any name you like, whatever you want to call it. Now one is the COSO is the standard for internal audit. Now it is extended for all risk management. So we have something called an RCM, risk and control matrix. Now most of the sometimes even large companies in their forums, the internal auditors post questions, employ internal auditors. Should the statutory auditor check the RCM? Basically the question is, should he check the IFC controls? What do you think? Should the statutory auditor check the IFC stuff?
Yes.
Statutory auditor. So most of these guys are saying the internal auditor will do it, and the statutory auditor will accept. Statutory auditor has to sign.
Yes.
That's his headache now. So the statutory auditors, poor fellows, will say Big Four, they get confused. They work on global standard, local standard, all confused, left side, left hand drive, right hand drive. So the driver doesn't know where he's driving, so they give them checklist. So checklist safest way, just do this, follow this. Indian auditor doesn't bother about anything, so he's happy. So he asks the management, if you finish all the risk management, yes, okay. So that is where we have to look at COSO seriously. Actually, I have a YouTube video, but it's a little old, but it's the same stuff. You can go through it, just put my name and look for COSO, and you'll find it. Go through it. Inshoot has still not officially said use it, but you can start using it, because globally we have to start using it. Okay, the next one is your ISO 37000, that is for the risk management. Now, a lot of large companies, Indian companies also included, they are asking you whether you have a risk management framework. See, they are supposed to have, but they want to know if the auditor knows how to audit that risk, whatever they have set up. The risk management is 31,000 and 38,500 is the governance. I didn't put that, but you can take both of them together initially for our study. Now NIST is used for, NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, that is used for your cyber security framework. So if somebody said I've shifted my data to the cloud, you have to see whether they are just putting the same old stuff they had on premises into some third party's data center, or they have really gone in for cloud computing, third party software. Most of the time, if you go to a bank, they don't have programmers, they buy the software. If you go to an industry, they buy the software. Whatever they have, the ERPs and the logistics software and everything they have. Now if you go to GST and all that, they say I'm downloading the software. We don't know what it is, some government site you are getting it from. Suppose the government site is spoofed or phished or, okay, the government site is a fake for some reason. The thief got in, he temporarily disconnected the real government site and put a fake government site, and all the auditors, everybody downloaded from there, the employees also, and they start filing something which is probably going somewhere else instead of going to the government. How will we know about it? Government does not put a CISTUS seal or a SOC 3 rating on their websites. In fact, the largest failures of website audits is the government. They have a standard called GIGW. That's a standard which CIG is supposed to audit and give that rating to all the government websites. GIGW. Okay, it's government, whatever the infrastructure website, something. CAG itself, when you take class, they tell me which have no government site to pass, including our own CAG site. So the CAG site itself is defective because their advisors are another government department called NIC, National Informatics Center. They are good for election results and university results. Beyond that, nothing works. So again, they go to third-party companies, they pay extra money, put extra encryption. See, the whole problem is somewhere it's all balancing. It's neither failed nor succeeded, but okay, we are managing. It's like you buy tea in a tea shop and pour it in a cup and they serve it in the audit meeting. So that's what happens. So somehow it's managing. So somewhere if that goes, then we are in serious trouble. So that's why the NIST you have to slowly start. At least going through it. I mean, if you're not going to use it, it's fine. At least start going through it because we need to bring all this into your checklist or your training, your staff or whatever. Other one, COVID, of course, it's mainly for IT, but if you're doing COSO, COVID is, I would say, not critical because COVID is more for the insiders, the staff, the IT people. It's not so much for the auditor. So, ISACA people will do that. Then this fair factor analysis, in the end, I will also show you all the methodology which we'll have to learn. So I'll just park it for the time being. Next. Okay. Yes, go.
Last one.
So FA exam. No, sir, I'll show you everything. Okay. I'll give you all the presentations. So what happens is after a year, this whole thing will be obsolete. So I can guarantee.
1 year everything.
Yeah, 1 year. Easily, sir. Because we take so much time. No, what happens is I give them away because there's no point. Because again, I start afresh. The one reason I come for classes is that I'll study. So that's the only reason. Okay, next. Okay. So we got this Octave, which is the older method. This is more for the system study. It's called self-assessment. Now this is very important because where somebody started saying employees assessing the risks in the department, they can tell you things which the top management does not know. In many sugar factories there are snakes in the factory. Management couldn't care less, they sit in corporate offices. But the manager there told me the snakes, they mind their business, we mind our business. So there's no snake bite. But here in the city, fellows are getting bitten by snakes. I think they're meddling in the snakes business. So whatever is happening. So if you put snake as a risk in these rural places, it's not a risk. But if you put the snake as a risk in the city, it is a risk. One snake is enough. Auditor won't go to the record room. So that's a problem. So somewhere we have so many issues we have to look at. So somewhere, say now, only 3 government hospitals have this anti-snake venom. Rayapetta, Gompet Government Hospital and GH, some only 3. If you land up at Stanley or land up somewhere else, a 108 fellow knows where to take you, but the private ambulance fellow will take you to the wrong hospital. So you got to be careful on a snake bite. Okay, so are you liable if it's during working hours? If your worker is bitten, then of course you are liable for that. So that's a problem. So anyway, this management of risk is a UK government thing. See, the problem with the UK and Europe is they said we are EU, then suddenly they said UK is breaking away. Then within EU again they sort of said German standard, French standard. Turkey is half a member, I don't know what it means, but it's called restricted member. And we do business with all these countries. Maybe you're not aware, but if you go outside after the class and check your car tire, motorcycle tire, most probably it's not made here. The ones we make here are exported. See, all the stuff we make here are the old school tough stuff, so it gets exported. What we import is all the fancy cheap stuff, so we are not able to make it, so we import it. I was surprised because the entire production of Usha fans is exported. Usha imports from China and brands it as Usha and sells it to us. So that's why they're all plastic and light and no bearing and no oil required. The regular stuff, that's exported. Okay, this nobody knows, but anyway, since I told you, I'm sure a lot of other companies are doing. The MRF also exports most of their production. And one tractor fellow in Gujarat, he sells his bikes as off-road motorcycle tires. He makes tractor tires, he didn't have enough business. He took it to UK, all tractor tires are very good for the motorcycle to small tractors. So they can go off-roading. Now the entire production is exported. So our tractor tires come from China, Taiwan, Indonesia, Thailand. Okay, whatever it is, we have to manage and study on this. Now Basel III is for banks. Now if you are doing any private small finance banks, risk is extremely high because they don't have knowledgeable people. Doing the public sector banks, all of them are knowledgeable, but some will be fraudulent, a few. But in small new banks, most of them are illiterate. Well, they'll talk big, but they are illiterate. When it comes to fintech, both the auditor and the staff are on the same level. Both don't understand. It's the vendor who knows what he's doing and they cheat a lot. So you have to be very careful. That Basel III is a risky stuff. Okay, the idea is more for BPOs. If you are doing any kind of BPO today, they don't use the word BPO. Even audit offices, they say, are doing Australian accounting, Canada accounting, some stories they're telling. I say they're BPO, when you have to follow these rules. Otherwise, it's not an audit office. The institute has no control over them. Mostly it will be in the wife's name or something. So that's a problem. So the institute has no control over them. So that you have to be careful about ITIL. And PMBOK is from the Project Management Institute, knowledge of risk management, mainly for large projects. Large project means not money-wise large, that is one. The other is time-wise long. Supposing you are taking a long project, let's see, a lot of things change. The rules also change, compliances change, not just the money and inflation. A lot of things change, so if you are not aware of those risks, we run into trouble again. Now if you take swimming pools in these flats, you know the newest rule, if you're going to go beyond 5 feet, you need to have a full-time lifeguard. Where will you find a lifeguard? No. Do we have any lifeguard training college? There's a Nandanam Sports and that physical education.
They have?
Yeah, they have, but most of the fellows will go as PD teachers. Life is a lot easier, lifeguard problem. They have to save this fellow. So they don't come. So the last ship disaster we had in Marina, when the ship came to the shore, the national disaster team, all of them came, they couldn't do much. The local fishermen were called in to save those fellows. So we had to appoint a fisherman as the lifeguard. So the problem is when we see all these things in India, sometimes legally, if a disaster management chart is there, fine, complaints over, but nobody gets saved. So you need the fisherman fellow who is to save. When you go through each audit will have its own risks, so you have to struggle with your own standards. Okay, C-risk of course follows most of the NIST stuff.
Project manager, you've got the agile methodology and Scrum.
Yeah, see that is because you have to keep changing. So you have to keep on changing. See what happens is if you're doing something, see for instance, if you're going to fill, let's say there's a hole in the wall. Earlier it was cement and sand and all that. Then they came to this white cement and putty stuff. Today they import PU foam, which comes in a aerosol can. You just spray it inside, it expands, and within 3-4 hours it hardens up, and that's it. Now the question is, if you fill up something with PU foam, okay, let me ask you a simple question. Where's the fire exit here in this room? In case the fire starts at the back of the room, how will you go out? Earlier we had doors there, it's all locked, now we can't go out. So there's no fire exit. If there's a factory, they have sealed it. But it's not a factory, so we're okay. No fire so far, we're happy so. And all that material will catch fire. Soundproof material will catch fire. So don't worry, you're safe. Okay, but if you're an auditor, you write a complaint, okay, you write a report. But otherwise, it's okay. We live with the risks, so it's okay. No, same way when you go on a building, you're all suspicious. So a roof is a thermocol, it will catch fire. Soundproof will catch fire. Asbestos will catch fire. Rugs will catch fire. So what these fellows do, they'll keep 3 buckets. According to Factory Act, there is enough. 1 bucket water and 2 buckets sand or something. So that's enough. Auditor signed off, factory inspector signed off. Everybody's thing is, when there's a fire, then everybody's gone. So that's the problem. Anyway, see, when the number of accidents we have, it's not much actually. If you take Europe and US, almost every car accident, almost, it will catch fire. Here you have massive accidents, but I've not seen a fire as yet. Electric vehicles are separate. They burn on their own, so that's different. But that's what I'm saying. The risks are, I don't know, for some reason, China and India, the risks are completely different. Completely different. It's, I'm not able to explain, but the rest of the world is still getting COVID. Europe, Australia, we are not getting it. So I think we have become immune. That whatever it is, it helps you out. So the risk factors change tremendously. So, nobody does studies. Of course, the PhD students will do it, but it won't leave the academic institute. It will lie there itself. So that's the problem. Or some industry will take it. Okay, now I want to bring the second part on your fraud detection, which is the laws. Now, our biggest problem is data. Now, see, in India again, maybe data is not important. Basically nobody cares for the data, so you fill forms, you sign somewhere, take to a public Xerox shop for Xeroxing, all kinds of stuff. Basically nobody cares. You can talk to your neighbor, where do you come from, what did you study, so many things you can ask him. But in those Western countries, or whatever I'm calling West, but so-called developed countries, you need not disclose any information like your gender, your parents or whatever it is. You need not disclose your address. Like of course, some social security is equal to your Aadhaar card. If you give that number, that's enough. So we won't know anything about anybody. The man is coming, woman is coming, old or young, nothing we know. So some person will turn up, then they'll call each other by name. So we have no idea who's older, who's younger. So what happens is the data will be supposed to be very, very confidential. It's all PII and PHI and that kind of stuff. Now when you go to a lab in India, you give something for blood test, or whatever you give test. The fellow asks you not just your name, age and all that, your doctor's name. He has to send him commission, so doctor's name. He has to get some referral stuff. He has to get a lot of other stuff, and all the data is sold. That's how we get clinical trials. So India is one of the largest, largest sellers of clinical trial data. That data is used by those foreign companies to generate whatever vaccines and drugs and whatever they need. Because we have a very highly, it's called genetic, it's almost homogeneous. Now it is changing slowly, but in Africa, the tribes will marry only within the tribe. For instance, the Todas in Nilgiris, they don't get malaria. So they open their mosquitoes, bite them. So but of course now city, education, all that, they're mixing up. Then genetics gone. You can find a Negro who's bald, you can find a white fellow with curly hair, it's all mixed up now. So India is not so bad as yet, but we are probably getting there soon. So when that happens, our risks will change. So the law now says, if you take data, that is including your audit officer, so-called permanent file, if you take data from your client, you must get that person's consent. If it is electronic, fortunately they put digital data protection, so they left the manual out. If you're writing by hand, you're safe. Putting in Word or something, or some audit software, you have to get their consent that you will use it only for whatever reason they gave it to you. But why do we keep a permanent file? What will you tell the client? Why are you asking all this information? Names of directors, their addresses, their paid up capital, all kind of stuff we ask, which is anyway there in the public domain, most of it. But what will you tell your client? If he asks you, why do you want this data? In the government office, you got a piece of paper, fill this form. So you can ask him, why do you want this? But anyway, still fill it, so give it. I'm sure you fill something when you attended the class, at least an online form. See, anything will again type your membership number, your name, all same stuff. But nobody asks, why do you want this?
To get registration.
So this is the problem now. So this consent form problem, slowly they are introducing it because slowly audit objections are coming. Now you need to have that consent form. Now that is one of the problems with these new laws. We don't probably read them seriously enough, but as I told you, if you get into trouble, it's a big mess. Punishments are huge, runs into crores for fines. Old laws are 100 rupees a day, 50 rupees something, some small money there. Now these new laws are putting huge, it's all money spinners for the government, so it's becoming huge. Okay, go to the next one. Before we go to the next one, so I just put that law, society and legislator. Now, see, India has got a lot of sympathy, so that's the problem is like, if you're an ambulance and you're going on the wrong side, the police won't let you go. But that is the social part of it. The legislative part is what auditors have to worry about. Because there's no kindness in law. So it's a law, that's it. So we're stuck with it. Okay, continue. Okay, so I just put some basic laws out here. If you are serious about this, then you have to go to the relevant websites and read and make your own notes, because there is a website I showed you, but how accurate it will be I cannot guarantee. So we have 3 websites. Okay, so we have got some laws from different countries, and those who do any BPO work or SOX related or European related work, state to state the laws will change, particularly medical laws are very strict state to state. So if you are doing any BPO which does this insurance, HIPAA stuff, anything, I mean, whatever they do for US or Europe also, you have to be very careful. Okay, continue. Okay, China also has some laws where, see, basically India and China don't care much for the data, so that's okay. See, a lot of data got stolen in India. They said, yeah, Star Health, something got stolen. I don't think anybody bothered about it, except the newspaper fellows put some articles, and then people said, okay, keep the data. I mean, what will you do with it? I don't know, but anyway, these fellows are very, very particular. Brazil, see, we do a lot of business with Brazil. Any idea what business we do with them?
Sugar.
Yeah, correct. And then
Coffee. Football.
Okay, football also software comes from here. Coffee, yes, but most of our coffee is local. But sugar, yes, we get a lot of sugar from them. Okay, anyway, the point is, we get copper from Chile, we get a lot of stuff which we don't mine here. Also from Africa, we get that titanium. See, the problem is the government does not disclose all the information. So I told you that privacy law actually is theirs. They are the ones who are writing the data, so the public doesn't care. So if you saw something in your own battery, whatever you're using right now, even if you've seen whatever it says, you're going by the brand, or whatever it says, Dell or whatever the name it says, HP. But you know, many of them may not be made in any country which you are aware of. In fact, all the expensive clothing you wear is from Bangladesh. Now the fellows closed their factories. So now you'll be getting it from Malawi and those countries. So that's what happened. So as auditors, we really don't care, but now we have to start caring. I mean, not for the smaller clients, they're okay, but big ones, they have become a problem. Okay, then we have South Africa, we do a lot of business in South Africa, you'll be surprised. Almost all the software companies are there in South Africa, but it's one of the most crime-prone countries. I don't know how they work, but they manage. Okay, Canada is a money laundering country, and India does a lot of business with Canada. It's not the terror problem, it's mostly money laundering problem. Australia, again, is a money laundering country, not now, many years back, when you are not allowed to pay Islamic countries directly, like Malaysia or Gulf. Australian banks will take the money and send it to them. So it's not new, I mean, everybody knows what they do. South Korea, we say South Korea, but when we say Korea, it's only South Korea. North Korea is not going to deal with us. So all your Samsungs and Hyundais and all that come from Korea. And you'll be surprised that none of the Korean, not only Korean, even Taiwanese, Indonesian, their systems are always in the home country. Only the terminals operate from here. Some of you may be working for those companies, or I don't know what to do. Okay, whatever you do, okay. We're a little careful with these companies. Okay, continue. Japan, of course, the business is dropping because they are not manufacturing much, they're dying. So, New Zealand, we do a lot of, agricultural stuff. For instance, most of the, whatever we grow here, you can't put the seeds back, it won't grow. You'll have to get them from seed corporations, you'll have to buy seeds again and put them, they're all genetically modified. Some of these countries have enough land to keep the natural seeds still alive. So we get it from them. Okay, then convention is for Europe. Okay, other regions they just put it all together, but Israel, do we do a lot of business with them? See, night vision lenses for most of the military stuff from Israel is made in Pondicherry. And then it goes, also lens only, but then the rest of it will get assembled somewhere, and your gun or whatever, a telescope, or it comes from Israel. So if you go through all these businesses, you can refer to the Indian government, DGF, Director General Foreign Trade site, you can get all this information. So we do a lot of work for the rest of the world. That's why fighting this is difficult for them. See, both China and India do a lot of work. So if these two countries suddenly go into a blackout, the rest of the world will also collapse. So that's the problem. Okay. Okay, now what you have to do is, okay, just continue. Okay, just to show you the laws, but just continue. We'll go to the next one. You have to click on that link. That link, if you click.
It's coming.
Click it. No, you have to click on that link.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, anything about this?
Okay, so this side, I'm not selling this side. Okay, so this is the easiest one for us to work with, at least for basic audits. We're comfortable with this. So what it does is, it shows you the different countries and whatever the intensity of loss. India is of course in red, India, China, US. We have strict laws, otherwise they won't give us the data to run our BPOs and all kinds of stuff, so we do a lot of work here. For instance, the National Health Service UK sends the blood samples to Bombay. When 2 aircraft come with the blood samples at Bombay, they are analyzed there and the results are uploaded on the internet, so blood we throw away. So the UK's Government Health Service, NHS, samples are analyzed, whatever processing is done in India. Now that's medical data, personal data for individuals. So of course they put a serial number and send it, like dummy number on a CA paper. But still if you know how to reverse it, you'll get it back. So that's the problem. So now what you do is, if you just scroll a little up, you can see there are 2 country comparisons which come. Okay, so for instance you can choose one country here, one country there. Choose India and whatever, something you can choose whatever. So I'm not selling the site, the site may not be up to date or accurate, but that is sufficient to start with. We can't get legal books, all that. So unless you go to Anna University library, digital library, and then a lot of time has been spent. This is a lot easier. Just put 2 countries and then put any 2 countries is fine. And put go on that. Any country is fine. No, I have to say go. Okay. Now what it does is, for those 2 countries, it shows you the laws which are applicable. In case we are dealing with Australia and something, okay, we got those laws over there. That should be enough, for a basic auditor, that should be sufficient. If you're really getting into deep stuff, then legal opinions, maybe this may not be sufficient. So this will take care of, at least first level it will take care of.
Maybe a take for the global CE.
No, not really global, ordinary auditor. They'll come and say they want some certificate. This fellow, they'll come and ask the auditor some certificate they want and they'll pay some small money for it. The statutory auditor won't sign. They have another auditor who will sign certificates. I've seen that actually. So they'll come there and ask him some of those days they'll ask turnover certificate, some bank loan stock certificate. Now they're asking this kind of stuff. Complaint certificates. So at least we should know something and frighten the client a little bit. So we get a better fees. So we do something there. But the point is, reading so many laws and writing our own notes takes too much time. We can use these sites, but the reliability will be average. Not poor, but average. Otherwise, we have to read all the complicated stuff. So anyway, I just wanted to see it, so I think you're okay with this. You can go to the next slide.
Next slide.
I think you started from the beginning.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
1 minute.
So what I'm trying to tell you is, see, the laws are so huge. The government will simply say you follow privacy laws, data protection laws. We have an IT minister, we have so many ministers all over. Now the point is the volume which we have to read. We have no such subjects in the entire, all 3 institutes, CA, CS and costing, they don't teach this stuff. But then you do costing for various things. So, okay, that was on the laws. See, compliance is meant local laws, ESA, PF, something, factory law, something. Now today we have to look at other third-party laws also. Now suppose we are exporting something, we are importing something. There are a lot of laws which we have to comply with. And is it a part of the auditor's work? We say it's an assurance of whatever work he is doing, so he has to do it. Okay, the next part, the last part is the fraud detection methods. Now see this part, the first part I'm only doing like standard stuff. So let me explain something on this fraud detection or fraud risk assessment. There are two ways of doing it. One is called rule driven, R-U-L-E. Now that means we have set a lot of rules, and as years go by, rules will become thousands, may become even lakhs of rules. It doesn't matter because you're going to put it in a computer somewhere, and your computer can run it through all the rules in a matter of seconds. It will go through the whole thing. That's what I said, when you put your policies on AWS or something, you just configure. Maybe it's a huge policy, treasury policy, or whatever long policy purchase. No problem, just feed it in, machine takes care of it. Now that is on the rule side. Now one of the problems with these rules is the obsolete rules have to be removed. New rules have to be brought in, modification if required has to be done, and the whole lot of stuff we'll have to do. So the rule-based fraud detection is okay. When ERPs have them configurable controls, non-configurable controls, and so many things we have. So we say 10 controls usually for the exam, but if you go to a serious kind of ERP, you'll have thousands of controls, just for a simple thing. Now that's okay, that's fine. Over the years they built it up, it's running, it's fine. But what happens if you have to have different rules for each individual? Now for a contract, for an invoice, for a country, for a product, we got to have different rules. Then this is going to become impossible because it's going to be huge, very huge. So they shifted to artificial intelligence, of course only one part of it, called machine learning. Now where you teach the machine to identify the rules by itself. Now can it do it? All of you use your whatever SMS or WhatsApp. Maybe each of you type something, and when you type the first few letters it will suggest some words. But it will be different on each phone. So depending on what you are typing every day, the common words which you use it picked up. Context. So what happens now is, two phones will not have the same learning pattern. So that's what we mean by this so-called learning stuff. So when you have what is called a supervised machine learning algorithm, you have to give it a lot of data for which we should know the answers, of course. Because when it suggested something, if I didn't know if that word was correct or incorrect, how do I do? For instance, in English there is a word called postponed. There is no word called preponed. You can check all the dictionaries, there is no word. It has to be advanced the date. But so it will not suggest a preponed, but if you type PREPONED, it will remember. It says you typed it, I remember it, so don't blame me for it. So if you give it a wrong stuff, it will learn. If you give the right stuff, it will learn. Now there is another big problem in this audit classes for the advanced auditors, bias in your machine learning. You can teach the machine wrong things, like you teach children bad words or teach them how to dodge in the exam. Now you can teach them wrong stuff and then it will start doing the wrong things. So this is a bias which has to be removed. Now it's very complicated. Auditor first of all is struggling with what is correct. Now we have to struggle with what is wrong. Now if in the compliance list we had wantonly removed some laws or some rules we had to follow, then it will skip those controls. Knowingly it will do it. I mean, it means it's a machine, but we taught it wrongly. Now what it does is it will cheat people, particularly if you are using it for very advanced decision making. This is a big problem here on audit bias. So there are new words they have introduced. So auditors only needed to look at what was right or what was non-compliant. Now we have to start looking at what is wrong, and first of all we should know that that is wrong. Now that is the first problem which we all have. So sometimes we ask people, on this security fellow sitting on temperature thing, and we go. And normally ask them what's the normal temperature of a human being. They don't know. First of all, it's showing centigrade. All of us are taught in Fahrenheit. So that whole handheld unit is a waste. It's a legal compliance. Have you checked the patient's temperature? Yes. Is it right, wrong? Nobody knows. So if you are able to modify the normal temperature, then all the fellows, the fever will be allowed inside. then what do we do? So what's the point in auditor saying complaint or preparation tested entrance complaint? No complaint, what complaint? So these are the difficulties we are facing. Anyway, the bias problem is not big in India, it's not yet, but I guess it'll come because a lot of financial frauds take place. And if you are able to teach the machine how to commit the fraud correctly, I mean, do the wrong thing correctly, it is going to be very difficult to catch it. So that is why probably we'll have to learn our accounting again. So anyway, we will see those things one by one. First part is you just accept that machines will learn, and we are assuming they're learning the right things and they'll do it correctly. This is the machine learning part of it. Now this is called supervised learning. You know the answer, so every time you type something, you hear the correct word and you pick up all the words. But suppose you don't know the correct word also, you don't know English at all and trying to type something, then it has to go into unsupervised learning. Then we have to find attributes. Now a problem here is when you do data mining, you will find attributes which which are normally not used for any kind of accounting or auditing or decision making or analysis or diagnostic. It will come out with new parameters. So that is going to be a problem because will you accept that parameter? Now what are we talking about? Now let's say if you look at college admissions, most of them will join, the youngsters will join a course or whatever because the friends have joined, which is not considered for any admission. It is, we talk about marks, the quality of the institute, its academic rating, 100 points you have. But this fellow says, my friends are there, I want to go there. So then that's a big problem now. So you'll have to put that also. So if you have more friends, then slowly the teacher will probably, or the principal will send letters to all these fellows' friends saying, we have some more seats available, would you like to join? So that becomes a different story. Now that's unsupervised learning. Now that becomes a parameter. So when these new parameters start coming, does the auditor accept it or reject it? For many companies they will say food wasted today, something you put something, they measured something, they weighed something. What wasted? Anyway it's a waste only, can't do much. So what they should say is how much food they composted and they gave natural manure and did organic farming, all kinds of stuff they had to come out with. So they won't. So there are a lot of points which sometimes we want to know, are we teaching the machine the right stuff and is it useful to us? Now this is something which is will change with time, with age, with experience, with so many things it will change. So as it keeps changing, what happens is, will your model, that machine program, whatever, learning model, also keep changing along with you. So that is something which, see, this problem came up because audit bias has come in our internal audit now. A lot of internal auditors use AI for their business, for their audit.
So you have to do algorithm audit?
You have to. Yes, yeah. That's what I do. So that is a big problem. For instance, if you are insuring a driverless car, simple example, textbook example. If you are insuring a driverless car, the Motor Vehicle Act says vehicle has to be insured. Some tonnage, axle, something, whatever, fine. Insure the vehicle. You pay the fellow whom you knock down, third party. You pay for yourself also comprehensive. That's all we have. That's all the Motor Vehicles Act and Motor Claims Tribunal, all that covers, Insurance Act. Now for Swiggy fellows and these delivery boys, the insurance companies, they put an IoT on their bikes, private insurance. So each trip is insured for the driver. The vehicle is anyway insured, otherwise you won't have that license and insurance and all that. So for the trip that particular chap is insured, if he deviates from the route, the insurance fails. Because they do geo-tracking, it's got an IoT, so all that. So it's a trip insurance in addition to the vehicle insurance. So he's got a second insurance on that. It's not insurance on the vehicle, it's insurance on that delivery trip. So that's what they have done. Now this learning thing, suppose you're trying to work out the premium, vehicle premium, no problem, value, some sold value, invoice value. Old British system, everything was fine. Now for the Swiggy fellow's trip, how will you insure it? Suppose in some areas there's a lot of theft. Just an example, some party somewhere, they loot this fellow's bag. Some other place they don't loot it. Distance is not the only criteria. Now we have to see other risks also. Traffic risks, so many risks are there. So how do we work out the premium? Is it better?
You cannot trace some route cells.
They cannot read. So is it per trip? See, for an auditor, auditing a normal premium itself is ideal.
Even wrong claim is possible.
Wrong claim also possible. When Zomato tries to sell that unclaimed food, a lot of objections have come. I mean, the non-delivered food. Okay, so see, they are struggling with their new models. When they perfect it, what is their auditor going to do? So I think I will train auditor company all at the same time. So this is the problem now. So this algorithm audit which he asked, if you are insuring the driverless car, the vehicle is anyway insured, RDO fellow won't register without it. Now what are you insuring? You're not insuring the driver, that's not going to drive. Now algorithm was written in such a way that if it sees some problem comes, there's a one person on the road, this side are the people, hit the one person, because it's cheaper. Compensation will be less.
You have to ensure logic is reasonable.
Logic is correct. Reasonable assurance not done. So it has to be correct. You are talking crores of rupees of claims. So what happens now is you have to audit the algorithm because the algorithm is what you are insuring. You have so-called drone taxis. Everybody put up on the Bangalore somewhere. They said it's come. I've seen one, but anyway, he got into a drone taxi at the airport. And somewhere, once it started, some fellow hacked off. He cut off that fellow's receiver signal. He took over the control of the drone. And he says, you divert some money to my account, otherwise I'm going to drop the drone. What do you do? Who gave you the assurance that drone running software is unhackable now? Some auditor used to say, assurance. Now these are the problems facing us. New technology comes, we are all happy. You see it in the paper, and I'm sure you saw it. Bangalore's got some flying taxi or something. Nobody's interested in drones, which are not safe, but anyway, and driverless cars, all this stuff. The problem is, how do you assure the person that the service they are using is safe? If Ola, Uber got safety button, SOS, something all you got. What happens in this drone?
But most of the accidents happening in the evening only.
No, see, these are the problems we are facing in our newer audits. See, risk is okay, but the problem is this, it's okay. Anyway, for instance, you have rice cookers. If it burns your rice, what do you do? It's got a sensor, you should not burn it. I mean, you have a lot of automation now. Okay, so anyway, we'll see, we'll break our heads slowly one by one.
How will you give assurance for cognitive? Driverless car.
Yeah, you have to give, there are methods. That's why I said the audit has become maths and statistics. It is no longer that numbers and debit and credit notes. In fact, most of the fellows who learn accounts today, they don't know those rules. They work with Tally or SAP or some screen will be there. They type some number and the job is done. Okay, anyway, that's okay. Now we come to this. Risk assessment is what we talked about. Now we have internal controls, which are those continuous monitoring controls, then detection, and then you have the response strategy. So we'll go to the next slide. Okay, now these are very simple stuff. These are rule-based stuff. So maybe I'll go through it fast, but this is what we traditionally teach. Okay, have as a in IT system, you'll have your internal controls. Okay, whatever is written there. So basically, don't trust this. See, what I'm saying is, if I have a control, some may say, what I'm saying, audit trail. I'm not supposed to erase it, I cannot modify it, all that. First of all, how do you know the entry in the audit trail was correct in the first place? Suppose we have modified that software where if I delete something, it doesn't even record it in the audit trail, only if I enter something and record it. Does the auditor really know that the software which is creating the log is reliable? The log reliability comes next. The access control, there one list is there. All these fellows are authorized to use, we check the log, all these people are there, but the list itself is fraudulent. Fictitious employees, so something like that. So now our problem is, how do we audit the software? Here algorithms, the same story. Algorithms, software, all same only. Now we are trusting the output, but we don't have any reliable measure on the mechanism which produced that output. Now the audit is for which one, the output or the mechanism which produced the output?
Both.
Yeah, the mechanism right, the output should be right. Popcorn machine, you put something, my example is mixie, you put something, it will grind, you put your hand, it will grind that also. Now the problem is in industrial machine they have sensors. So if you put your hand, it will switch off, it will trip and all that stuff. So it's expensive. Now you have to check now. So which auditor is going to put his hand into the mixing? Somebody has to test the control. So if you put a stick and all, say, no, sir, you need real living flesh, then it will stop. So these are the issues we are having. The algorithm audit is actually what we have to teach now, but that's okay, we still stick to the insurance topic. Algorithm audits have become very important because if you do, you're doing banks, core banking, something. Most banks will have a minimum of 200 external applications. Some of these fintech banks, like ICICI, Access, they have over 600 external applications. Core banking is the smallest one. Now you have a lot of external applications. Vendors are going out of business, or the fellows who wrote the code are disappeared. Bank employees retire, or bigger banks they all retire. So with all this kind of massive confusion, where is the guarantee that what they're doing is right or wrong? See, what the government has said is, ICICI Bank is so big, it cannot fail, they said. I mean, I don't know what that statement means. So anyway, that's what they said, but anyway, so now we have to be very careful. When your client is super big, be very cautious because ID controls will all be humble. So
that party certificates don't relate.
This is a problem. No. You see which third party gets the certificate. So if the auditor did a good job, that's fine. But if we just had a checklist and did something, be careful. Okay, that's something we are doing. Say, for instance, they say in Hyderabad, I don't know what happened, but they're going on raiding all the food outlets. They're saying all bad food. But the question is, how many people died eating there? Nobody. In fact, if you come to Madras, they're dirtier than they are in Hyderabad. So nothing will happen. So if you are immune, we have to change the law. Now, for instance, this bike, they're having a problem. This Rapido, Zomato, the delivery. Bike, there's no commercial and non-commercial registration. Now all these are breaking their heads. They want to have two types of registration, commercial and non-commercial. That is because they're just copying what was there in the motor vehicle act for the taxis, cars, trucks. Basically, nobody is using the brain in the government. Country keeps developing technologically or whatever. These fellows are still copying something old paragraph somewhere and trying to paste it here. Now that is the difficulty, and you as auditors will have the most difficulty. So, for the income tax thing, they got 6,900 responses. From the new tax thing, they asked everybody to comment. 6,900. So I don't know, genuine figure, false figure, newspaper reported figure. So you mean only 6,900 people really bothered about it? The others are said, let it come, we'll find a way to beat it. They'll find a way out of it. So, see, that's where we are good at thinking. So that's why you'll make good auditors. Don't worry. So we'll definitely do that. Okay, so anyway, the IT system is saying, we'll do, see, another thing is we should not have management override of controls. We should not have tolerance, like MD's request, some other fellow's request. So whatever is the rule is a rule. As I say, rule based, apply the rule, and it's closed. Okay, continue. Okay, these are all the standards of access control. The access control, we normally use password, it's over, gone. Today they use passphrases, they use all that, but mostly it's biometric, voice activated or fingerprint or whatever, iris, IM, whatever. So the access control has changed. The reliability of the password is not important anymore. What is important is, supposing we are able to forge, for instance in AI you can forge fingerprints. But of course, as a reader will accept that, we have to see. And we are trying that out. Rapid is working very hard on that. Because in core banking, the employee's fingerprint is also used to enable it. Otherwise, there's a problem, like fraudulent something will happen. So the problem is if you can fake the fingerprint, which is an algorithm. So you can fake the fingerprint, then an unauthorized employee can also use the system. So that is one of the problems. So what we have to do is we have to study the algorithm which stores the fingerprint. It's a ridge-based algorithm, 13 points or 11 points or whatever, that we have to study. So we normally don't study that. So we only see the list of employees, whether all the fingerprints are collected, supervisor signed off, something like that. Okay, so that's an access control. On the encryption side, see okay, you have a tea break now, so. Okay, we'll take the break and come back. I want to finish this off quickly so that I can take you to the newer stuff. These are our rule based. Okay, so we'll come back. Okay, then we can have it. Now the problem is how do you examine? I mean, you can't manually read it, it's not possible. So what you do is you will be using some statistical tool. Actually what I do tell people to do is SPSS is a paid software, it costs money. Don't buy it. IBM. PSPP is the open source version which is free and it is the same as the SPSS. In fact, menus all look the same. Any SPSS script will also run in PSPP. PSPP. That's for statistical tool. So use that for all your log analysis and any deviations, outliers, anything you want to do, matching, compression, anything you can do with that. So use PSPP, statistical tool for the log analysis. Now even if you are not going to use, no harm, just download, play with it a little bit, so it's okay, I get bored, leave it off, so it's okay. Then network security is you'll have to use tools. Now for network security is basically what we are looking at is where are the endpoints, how is it connected and so on. There is a free simulation tool called 3GN, third generation network, or GN3, okay, 3GN I think. That you don't need any network. In the computer screen itself you can configure switches, change them, you can change firewall rules. See, basically first download them and play with them first. Maybe we won't get an audit, doesn't matter. Knowing something is not wrong. But when you probably make a presentation or talk to someone, at least you know the correct terms to be used and you can ask the right questions. So it's like buying a car, no, at least you'll ask where's the AC, where's the something, otherwise you won't know, you won't ask. So that's why try to use the free tools. Just get accustomed to it, and if you get an opportunity to use it, otherwise no problem. Knowing extra is not wrong. Okay, and this I already told you, the data security part, the laws, refer to the website, don't make mistakes because unfortunately, though I work on an audit firm, I do most of the risk stuff and do a lot of work for other people, so most of the time on the opposite side of the auditors, so we have to scold them. That is an unfortunate part, but it's a little difficult, no? Sometimes senior auditors also want to do so. Try not to get into trouble, so it's the only thing. Okay, continue.
Okay.
No, when you get into trouble, the problem is very serious. That is the problem. Okay, so we have the same thing at total test of control. We can just go ahead. Okay, these are some examples I put. These are rule-based examples. Rules means like we already decided this is right, this is wrong, this is how I do it. No deviation, no learning, no machine learning, nothing. So when you do rule-based, and if you are having seen frauds, procurement fraud is the highest number of frauds. Second is travel and expense. These are the highest money leakage areas. So if you look at something where the guy is submitting wrong travel expenses or whatever, it'll show up. That's why I asked you to use the PSPP. You take that entire dump from Tally, but you have to extract it. It'll come in Excel, that's okay, but you can put it back in your PSPP. PSPP will read Excel. Power BI also will read Excel. So you can put it in Excel and then see if there are any outliers. Outlier means any value which is too high or too low. You'll get it. Immediately you can start checking that transaction. You'll find it or see if there are a lot of same numbers appearing. Suppose 400 rupees is the allowance, but all the fellows will be claiming 400. Then also you can catch them. So actually sometimes if the auditor is to blame, he'll say bring a lunch bill. And some other food court you won't get the bill, it will get lost. So what you do is on the floor, so many bills will be lying. All you have to pick the right bill for the right amount. Date will be the same. And go give it in the client office. So the client auditor will take it off. So that's a problem. So what to do? So since we do only the risk part, they have their own statutory and internal auditors. See, sometimes they force you to cheat. So that's the problem. So anyway, just take it lightly. It's okay. Okay, next. Okay, this is on the vendor collusion. See, for vendor collusion, we have to see the highest and the next figure. If the gap is high, it's treated as a kickback. Again, it's an outlier. You have to check. I'm not doing any statistics, maths, nothing. I'm keeping it simple. I can share all these presentations. These are rule-based, effective up to a point. Beyond that, if you have intelligent crooks in the system, this won't work. You have to start doing serious machine learning stuff. Next. Okay, payroll fraud is very common. I see in one company they had 400, you do all your complicated analysis, you got 400 or something like that, ghost employees. It was up to the management. The management tells you a very big confidence. These are all local MLA fellows, people. Now I have to pay them. If they come to the factory, there'll be a nuisance, they break everything here. So I'm paying them off, that anyway goes to the MLA, so that's fine. But I have to keep them on the roll. Now you suggest a way to solve this problem. Now how do you suggest? It's a German company operating a SEZ, Coimbatore. Bribing is the serious offense in Europe and US. So what do? You go to ghost employees and let them go. Sometimes you have to find a way. Of India and China, you have to find some mechanism to manage. So there's a PF, there's an ESI, whatever, attendance, everything is there. Everything super. So except the fellow won't be there. That's all. So head will be missing. Everything else will be there. Okay, so sometimes they come for inspection.
I think this is TCS case.
In the manufacturing, the problem is, Vizag also they have this problem. Those SEZs, the local government, because now the government changed, the previous government insisted you have to employ local fellows. And what will those fellows do in a highly sophisticated factory? They'll break everything, they have no idea what to do. So better you pay them off and send them off. And you try to understand the difficulties here. Now corporate card, corporate expense, many companies you'll find MD's house is treated as a guest house. So rent will be paid, something they'll do. Certain things you may have to just let go, so that's also, but at least you'll be aware of the risk. And if it's a serious risk, then obviously you'll report, otherwise, okay. Actually the main thing is the auditor should do a risk management for himself or herself. And then decide how much you're going to report. So that's the important part. Okay, next. Now this is, I'm going to take a separate set of ratios for this. Financial statement manipulation is very common in India because earlier they used to have so many balance sheets, one for sales tax, one for the bank, one for, different people. So now we are not able to do that because there are back-to-back checking on GST, income tax, registrar's office, RTO's office, that immigration, so many places the data is being checked. The electricity bill, credit card bills, I think you're aware of all that. Okay, they said check it at Delhi, they've got a unit there. So once you do that kind of work, you must have a perfectly manipulated statement.
Single statement.
Perfectly manipulated statement. And then the auditor should know what is the risk in that statement. So that's why I'm going to spend some time on that. Okay, next. Okay, inventory theft is very common because now they have outsourced everything, stores, logistics, trucks, everybody is outsourced, including the auditor is doing the stock counting. No? That is also outsourced. So since everything is outsourced, back to back we cannot compare. Each one is doing something on their own. And something goes wrong, very difficult to find out. So what kind of thefts will be taking place? Goods will never come. They'll only be preparing all the paperwork, right up to consumption, whatever, delivery. Nothing will happen. Everything is fictitious. So there are two types. One, physical theft. Now they got cameras, dogs, watchmen. Then the other is notional. I mean, nothing happened. Just like we conduct an exam, put 100 students' names, collect exam fees, do everything but no students. So some fake. So something like that is also possible. Okay, we can see that when you say rule-based, earlier it was physical theft. Now it's changing now. So they are paper thefts. Documentation is perfect, but event never happened. So that is a problem. Okay, the next. Actually, if you know somebody in TCS, they do the medical data for India. Because they won't tell you, top man will probably tell you. The state with the best medical services, most healthiest state is Bihar. Because what he said was, first nobody goes to the government hospital. Second is the day they won't report it anywhere. So there's no sick people and very few deaths. It's only these western and southern states where you are reporting everything. So these are the sickly states. So COVID or dengue or malaria, whatever has got some Nipah virus, the paper is full of it. we have everybody dies, nobody's bothered. So the problem is statistics can be very skewed also. It depends on the data. So audit also had to be very careful. I don't know if you've seen Chinese company, they list them on the NYSE and take the capital back to China. India also was doing that. Now they stopped. But anyway, they actually China has said, okay, maybe it'll never come in the papers, but you can check. China has built a township somewhere near between Gurgaon and somewhere over there. They have built a township. Government gave permission, so because we'll say one thing, anti-China whatever, but the other side is they built a township. The only thing India did is they withdrew from the Belt Road Initiative. That they said we're not going to give money. Obviously, they didn't want to give those contractors. So they give our contractors. Okay, but anyway, the point is, we have a huge township, and if you see the containers coming in, we still import the largest amount of goods from China, including our base chemicals for medicines in Gujarat and those pharma companies I have in Gujarat, all come from China. So they are one of the largest. If you have anybody in the seaport, customs somewhere, you can check the data. It's okay, but it's not wrong. Is it wrong? I don't know. Government said don't buy from them. We have nothing against the Chinese, except that he's building some road somewhere. Something the fellow is doing. He wants to conquer the world. That's okay.
Labeling and
something is doing okay. Okay, because if you see a sticker which says "Made in India," it is from China. We are not very proud of Made in India. So if you see a sticker, no, then 100% come from China. Okay, next. This is the IT fraud. Okay. Now, IT fraud is mostly selling of data. So, in your audit office, has data been stolen? Data stolen from the auditor's office. Somebody wants a list of clients. Nobody. Oh, then you have not built a big enough a practice. So, if you build a large practice, one of the things people want to steal is the list of clients, so that they will go with their services, not the audit service, but some other service they are offering. They'll go there and sit there. So marketing fellows will be after hospitals, insurance companies, share brokers, auditors, lawyers to get the list of clients. Or maybe auditor will steal, I doubt it. I think they're not that dynamic in marketing. But anyway, the others will steal from the auditor's office. Okay, now face the problem.
Ethically connected.
Unethical. Unethical. Totally unethical. And then this false invoicing, overbilling also is all rule based. So you have to check correctly. The problem with the rule based is I'm going fast because it's very old. It works for all same rule. It's like one size fits all kind of. But actually it may not be. See, sometimes we say petty cash limit, they say 50,000, let's say. All the traveling technicians are there. That fellow was to point A, then they said, I was going to go to point B. He asked for more money, so they gave it to him. Then he went to point C, they gave him more money. Then he comes back, he has to settle. The point is 50,000 is only the policy limit for the cash, petty cash. The float money will be in lakhs. I mean, the amount not rendered. Now, how do you know whether this fellow really float money or they are investing in the market for a better rate of interest? We don't know that also. So, those are all the problems we have with these billing systems. Because you have seen today, even 5 days you have money, you want to put it in some stock market, demat something. So people do all kinds of stuff. Okay,
teller money from bank.
Yeah, something, See, the problem is electronics makes things very fast. You can invest morning, sell in the evening, whatever you want.
POS.
You can do all those things. So now revenue recognition, okay, this again, I'll have to, that's a detail I'm going through. So okay, this is again, I'll go into the detail. Okay, continue. Now this is a very complicated area, conflict of interest. See, according to the standards, see when we say standard, for the global standards, you follow the audit standards, SAEs, whatever, we follow our own essays. Most of them are copied, so there's no problem. For the other standards which we use, when we want to look at, we only refer to the Companies Act. But the internal audit standards, which is from the Institute of Internal Auditors, globally accepted except in Pakistan, India and Sri Lanka, because they have their own institutes. So So they don't accept it. What did the thing say? Suppose you and I are friends, and then I went to the internal audit, you stayed in the production or whatever department. I'm still not supposed to audit you. I must send somebody else from the internal audit to audit you. Now, I don't know, I'm not blaming anyone, but sometimes there are old head clerk who will be doing the audit for years, some apprentice who is sitting there for 3 years. Now, it's very easy to corrupt that fellow. No? Maybe I don't know, but if he gets leave, the audit fellow will be okay. Otherwise, client can corrupt the fellow. So the point is this rotation and all those things are also conflict of interest. Whereas in India, we only talk about relative, it's very tight definition. It's not loose. So the problem with this conflict of interest is where what NFRA is saying is you must adopt the global definition. Working in the same place or colleagues in the earlier company, all that is also a conflict of interest. So they want to make it very strict that way. Okay, this is, earlier actually this is not fully correct because first motor claims marine claims was the biggest fraud, then motor claims, now medical claims, big fraud in India itself is a big fraud. So insurance companies are not as big as banks, but they are big enough to absorb that loss, so they are okay with it. So when you are looking at healthcare and insurance, one of the points you would like to see is whether the patient was actually subject to that treatment and whether this particular doctor was competent to treat that patient. Now, how is the auditor supposed to know that? See, if you go to any department, say let's say cardiac, pulmonary or whatever you go to, there are so many fellows, there are anesthetists, is there, some surgeon is there, physician is there, so many people. How do you know what each man is supposed to do? We don't know. So physician has signed surgery bill, surgeon has signed anesthetic bill. You won't have any idea what doctor has signed, that's all over. So these are, again, problems are there. But what do you think about the medical claim? Because this United India is just across the road here. They keep struggling with fraud risk management on this medical claim. They have two problems. One is claim, the other is premium. Premium fraud and claim fraud.
How premium fraud?
Because of these online portal sales, they have an NPS or something, a national something. There's a rule for that portal, and then the payments are again routed through a secondary route to pay more commission. The fellow has to pass some exam, PO6, PS or some exam.
They don't collect the money, is it? Pay
No. So they pay excess commission.
Okay.
Excess commission. So that it's like ambulance driver money. So you give extra money, you'll bring the patient to your hospital. So that's why the 108 will take it to government. But if you notice this, government has changed the rule. 108 can take to private hospital also. That is extra bribe allowance given to the driver. So a private fellow will give money, government won't give money. Every time you see the government doing something useful for the citizens, it's always a plan to do something wrong. So I don't know. There
are third-party vendors for verification of all these medical claims.
Problems are there. They are the biggest problem. TPAs are the fraud. What do you call the accelerators for the fraud? They're the brokers. So you have to be very careful. And you be very careful in any audit. I mean, I told some youngsters to leave the audit and go for industry. But anyway, it's okay. But anyway, that's okay. You can look at it. Now, take some time to study all these things. Even if it is not going to help you in today's audit or tomorrow's audit, knowledge is not going to go to waste. It will be there somewhere. Okay, continue.
Next.
Yeah.
Concept will be helped in the other audits of ours, right?
Yes, I know that we'll be getting newer insurances. So we're getting a lot of newer insurances. For instance, some time back there was a cricket match, it rained. Then they all went to court for the refund. The government said, if it rains, you don't get a refund. The cricket match, Chidambaram Stadium. So now you can insure against rain also. So you can do that. Okay, we had some lunch or something, I ordered lunch. So waiting, the fellow says, the truck broke down or some problem. Food never turned up. The bride and groom party will start fighting. So you can insure for those also. So today, private insurance companies, not the government, private insurance companies try to encash on any kind of probability. So if there's a probability, they try to encash. I mean, I told you that Swiggy one, each ride is insured. Something like that. You have a lot of these peculiar insurances. Not the traditional ones, marine, motor, medical, life, not those. These are the newer ones. Okay. The cyber security and data manipulation is a complete full study, so maybe some other time we can study this. Okay, in the cyber security we have all these types of problems, out of which social engineering is not there. Okay. Social engineering, basically what it means is the fellow calls you up, because today we say hacker does not break in, he logs in. So he somehow manages to get your credentials, he logs into your system like a normal person and takes up your money or whatever data you wanted. So phishing means you get false links. I don't know if you saw today's news, they're sending wedding invitations with false links. Because normally when a wedding invite comes, you don't know who it is, you'll open it. The moment you open it, you have opened up your phone to that fellow. So that is a problem. But if you don't open, somebody is going to scold you, I sent you the invitation, you didn't see it. So big problem there. Anyway, we'll work this out. Other things are all okay, more or less. We have to do it as a separate study only. Okay, continue. I know this won't be clear, but what I wanted you to see is, see, when you have IR means information retrieval. Now don't worry about the picture, that's an internet picture, you can study it later. Now what it means is, when you want to retrieve data, it is not from a single source, like the olden days, tape, disk, something. Now we are talking about unstructured data, pictures, PDFs, voice, text, AI, not AI, cyber, whatever your AI cameras, data, footage, video footage, all kinds of data, swipe data, attendance data. You are stealing from multiple sources. You are able to link them all together to make sense and then steal it. Now the best example for that is if you go online and see how the Somali pirates target ships. Now they are aided by the ISIS fellows. I mean, these are the best software chaps. I mean, there's no question on them, better than all the IBMs and all that. Now they hack the logistic systems mostly out of USA and Europe. And they know exactly which container is loaded on which ship and what it contains. The Somali guys, if you look at them, will look like some rickshawalas and fishermen. If you see the pictures, they are not cyber crooks, they only have a gun and they can swim well, they have boats. Now they are given that information, so they target the right ship, they don't hijack ships anymore. They target the right ship, target the right container. Containers are not light, they are very heavy. In the harbor they use gantry cranes and they break their heads with it. These fellows are illiterate fellows. They climb on board, they are able to use the ship's crane, lower that container, I'm sure they brought a barge along with them, take away the container, mostly it will contain explosives or ammunition or something, whatever the guys want, or something which is valuable. They are able to pick out the correct container. For one or two thefts, the insurance companies and the so-called naval protection, whatever, they got confused. Then they started tracing this to cyber attacks on logistic systems, picking up the data, identifying the container and looting. So if you take a corollary to that, if you get into a train and exchange your berth, and the assassin came to kill someone, you'll clean the wrong fellow. So that's why, once you put the container in the ship, it stays there. Unlike our luggage or people who transfer around. So when you exchange seats, you have to be very careful. So anyway, that's only nothing to do with the audit, but what I'm saying is, now those who steal data are experts in algorithms. They can steal medical records, scan records, they can take satellite photographs, mining photographs, they can take whatever they want. So is that clear? See, everything has become a science, so we have to study. Bottom line is that. Okay, continue. So these are all the locations or the types of data you can get. You can have more data. They steal call center data, they get all kinds of data and start profiling people. No, just go to the previous one. See, if you look at all this, Google sells your data, that's how they make money. Google makes no money on anything. Map is free, mail is free, almost everything is free there. How do they make money? They take those patterns you're searching and they sell it off. A lot of companies which buy Google data. Now when COVID came, WHO was taking 2 to 3 months to identify COVID locations. In Google, advantage was people are Googling saying I got cold, I got some whatever sneezing, breathing problem, whatever. Google was able to pick those points and say this place seems to have COVID. So WHO was buying data from Google. Within 2-3 weeks, they were able to identify COVID points. That's how Google has become very rich now. They've gone to AI, they've gone to other places. Their AI is called Gemini. Microsoft is called Copilot, and the other one is ChatGPT. It's free. All three are free anyway. So data comes to you from different locations. See, your normal web searches will only get you data from web pages. It won't get you from databases and doctors' PDF files and all that. No, you can search and take it. Don't do anything illegal, but you can search if you want to. Okay, these are domain-specific searches. How many of you try to take data from either dark web or deep web? They're two different things. Dark web is illegal stuff, selling kidneys and guns and all that. Deep web is knowledge. Now I ask auditors to use OSINT, open source intelligence. So you need, for instance, you'll find all your tax dodgers and Panama Papers and all those people on the OSINT, not on your OSINT. It's open source intelligence. Now these are things you'll have to use. Auditors cannot live with the PF Act and Income Tax Act anymore. It's all changed. Okay, so maybe one of the days your GPT, you can put the income, say find the tax, it will tell you. So don't have to worry on this. So learn this stuff. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so now we come to other retrieval methods. See, what I would suggest is you go through all this, learn. Only thing is, don't do anything illegal. Okay, so that's one thing we should not do. Now, what is legal? Illegal is very hard to define. Read the acts. In India, it's a red color, so everything is illegal. So don't worry. So you can learn, no problem. Okay, if you are very particular on hiding your tracks, you use a anonymous browser. No, not the Google. You have to use Tor browser, TOR browser, or anonymous. But just put search in anonymous browser. You can manage. You can get that. No. See, point is, should I learn all this? Answer is yes. Will I be able to use it? I don't know. That depends on the clients and the opportunity. So okay. So here we have all the detection methods. See, the thing is, I'm not doing anything on AI. But I want you to slowly move from traditional rule-based to learning-based, because that's very important. If we don't move to learning-based, actually it's difficult. It's like telling a doctor is useless. No, so the thing is, we have to move. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for us to survive. Okay, I'm sure we will. No, I'll send you the whole presentation. Nothing to hide there. Okay, the fraud detection. You got various heads. Say all this, say part of the portion, say what is, I have only two choices. Do a little bit in detail or do everything in summary. So I thought everything in summary is better. Because each of you may have something you want from this. I'm not sure if you want everything, but something you want, use it. Okay, now this I'll run a demo itself, don't worry. This you can skip. Yeah, all that you skip, just go straight to the demo. That's a site view. Click on the Y files. Yeah, the demo link. Yeah, the Y words, the Y files actually has a lot of this. See, the graphs we taught in at one time was bar graph, line graph, pie diagram, stack bar, and something we taught, range charts or whatever. All those are gone now. So today, actually, you can move the mouse to any of those bars. Okay. Just move it to any of the circles over there and click on it. Now click on any circle.
Circle.
Any circle you click on. You'll get a crosshair cursor. See, the moment you click on a circle, this is on a bank fraud. The moment you click on the circle, you'll get the detail of that person. Now this needs a lot of data, but we can get a lot of data from different sources. Don't steal anything, but official source you can take Yahoo Finance, WHO, World Bank, United Nations development projects. A lot of data is available. You can take the data. So you'll get the whole idea. I'll tell you briefly what it means. Once you're going for these newer diagrams, it starts checking up your relationships on the social media. It does it all on its own. You don't have anything. Those drawings, scripts are ready. Now, if you click on red circles, it shows you who's the other red circle who's related to you. Now, the moment you have 2 or 3 red circles, that means they're all in collusion to commit a crime. So one day I'll go, one day you'll go, one day third party will go, next day again we'll rotate. So the banker does not form any pattern on you. So that's how you trace. Now, if you press that play button, it's somewhere over there on the left side. It will show you that over a period of time, and you can see that year and month. If you click on the month, you'll get the day also. You can see daily data also. Actually, you can use it for share market, but share market is fully insider trading, so nothing useful will come out of it. So better use financial data and see. See, it's all blue means safe customers. Red starts appearing, you have problems. So they are the fraudulent customers. Okay, how long will it take for us to learn this? It takes some time, but you please go ahead, because see, we have changed completely. I know you won't believe me, but if you have anybody in the IIM, IAC, any of these B schools, there's a government is starting an Indian Institute of Accounting also, where they can practice. Nobody will practice about industry. And we got this National Law School where they teach them cybercrime and auditing. So all the latest stuff is taught there, because I hope one day we'll also teach. But anyway, that's okay, you can come out of this. Just go back to the presentation. But you'll have to go to Google and type Y files. Y-F-I-L-E-S. Just type in the search. Okay, click on the first one. So if you go to this web page, you will find a lot of those new graphic stuff. All the new type of graphs. So spend some time to study it, because Power BI or Tableau or ClickSense, they all use this, but at a lower level. Now this is at a higher level. This one and the d3js.org at a higher level. If you just scroll down, you can see all the files available. I'll just click on some. Okay, the live demos demo. 1, 2, 3, third link. Live demo. So again scroll. See, there are plenty of diagrams available for organization charts, particularly data mining. If you do, you will find processes which the company has not disclosed to you. So those are, suppose they are having override of controls, that will show up immediately. Actually, we use 9, but 9 is very good, but not so friendly. This is okay, friendly, almost as good as 9. So you can start somewhere, start with the easy stuff and progress to the difficult stuff. Okay, the point I'm trying to make is move to the newer technology for audit. Audit needs tools, so that's what we have to learn now. Okay, I can go back to the PPT.
Second slide.
Yeah, second.
Desktop.
Okay, now I'm going into a bit of detail to explain what are called statistical ratios. I did it some time back at the institute, I forget, some webinar or something. I changed it slightly, that's okay. All my changes are only upgrades, nothing drastic here. No, you can go to the next one. Okay, now actually most of you have done maths. So if you have an A by B, is that a ratio or a proportion?
Ratio.
A by B.
Also a proportion. What's the
Yeah, both. If you put A is to B, it is a proportion A by B.
It's A in both.
Now what happens is we teach ratios as A by B. And then student can ask you, because when we teach non-accounting students, particularly in their what are the IITs, they ask fundamental questions. I told them accounting has no logic. Something is debit, it becomes negative, it becomes credit. Something is credit, becomes negative, it will become debit. These guys don't understand, so they just have to follow the rules, you'll be okay. As accountants, we got so stuck with those rules, anything new confuses us. So you'll have to kind of, unlearn, relearn. Okay, so instead of blank ratios like A by B, some data turnover or something, now we need to start using weights. We need to start relationship between figures and then form kind of equations which we call as statistical ratios. There are 6 of them. Let's just continue. Now go to the next one. You can skip all this. Go straight to the list which I have. Okay, next one. No. Okay, next one. Next one. Okay, so these are the 5 tests which we are going to learn now. Now these are used by, in India itself, all your BPOs use them. Barclays, JP Morgan, all those people. Investment companies use it, where they put money, Sikawa, all those people. Okay, what are those ratios? One is if you have manipulation of books, what we call window dressing and cheating and all that. The second is you have bankruptcy indicators, a company is not slowly going insolvent. Now in Cairo there's a question which says, can the company pay its debts? I'm just making simple, so how do you know it can pay its debts? Always ask auditors the question, but in the audit committee they have someone get off. See, you need to prove this to the ratio. Otherwise we don't know if the company is solvent or insolvent. All fraudulent, they'll put nice numbers in that thing and give it. So these are the 5 ratios we are going through. Go to the first one.
Current ratio.
So in the Montier C score, this is the simplest one. You have some parameters where you give 1 point if it's true, a 0 if it is false. No, don't worry, I'll mail this whole thing to you. Nothing, see, you learn everything. Because next time I come and bring a new presentation will come, so I'll change everything. So this is Montier C score. These are the points we are using. Sorry. Now we have our points over there, 1 to 6. You give a point if it is valid, 0 if it is invalid. Go to the next. Okay, now if you have, basically because you put only 1 to 6, I mean 0 to 6, the values only will be in that range only, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, up to 6. So if you are, save the previous. Okay, if there is 0, then you have, everything is clean. If it is going towards 4, 5, 6, then you have manipulation or window dressing happening. So you can actually, for students, let them take 5 years balance sheet from any listed company, you can get it free, you can download and do exercise. But anyway, for you also, it's not an exercise, but if you want to do it, go ahead. The company ahead the most, you can download and check whether these fellows are cheating or not cheating.
Stated is correct.
Okay, next.
The indicators of fraud.
And then see who the audit is. Okay, next thing. Okay, now we go to the next one. It's a little more advanced because you get that 0, 4, 5, 6. You can't jump to a conclusion straight away. You would like to verify, particularly if it is showing some manipulation indicator. Go to Venice score. Okay, go to the next one. See, this score has got a long story there. Those numbers you see, that M equal, then you got 4.84, some 0.92 and so on. Now those numbers are weights. Now this particular data we are using was done for Asia. The researchers keep working on this. If you want research papers, Anna University, we got IIT in Madras, Anna University, and we have 2 private institutes, IFMR and Great Lakes. All the fellows do research, nobody reads it. If you read it, they'll be happy. So you can get all this stuff, or you can do some manipulation of our own also. Okay, so anyway, right now, each of those values is there, whatever the DSRI and GMI and so on. Now all these figures you'll have to calculate. Easiest is download, maybe at least 1 or 2 years from the website of your company of your choice. The same company should be something, then you can compare. And then you take the numbers, work out these ratios, and then you put it all together. You put that into the equation, and then we have to interpret the number. Now go to the next.
So in that leverage and asset quality, how will you?
By all there in your annual report is there. In fact, they have to give mandatory ratios, EVA or EPS.
Quality.
No, asset quality is basically what? Data
Index, asset quality index.
Yeah, okay, you can get no problem. No, we are not talking about machinery and all that. Only data status only. See, in India, banks will not fail. So your bank accounts will be safe. But you have to be careful. If it's in cooperative banks, you have to be careful. They fail very quickly. They won't have money. Listed companies should not have any board resolution and all stories they require. Okay, anyway, if you are interpreting this, any value above minus 2.22 is the indicator, but I just put a note which says in minus numbers, if you have -4, -5 is actually less and -3 is more. Okay, that's our basic match, I mean nothing more than that. Now this is a better ratio than the Mondial which you saw. This is bench. Go to the next one. Now this is the most reliable. See, some time back, some fellow said Infosys was fudging their accounts. In the New York Stock Exchange, they said the filing manipulator accounts. They gave it to some consultant SEC. Within a month's time, the fellow gave the result. So they have used these ratios. Now in India, if you get such an assignment, you start checking from the vouchers. Start taking something like 1 year for it, 2 years to find out. So we need to understand these are used by SEC, and I'm sure that's why SEBI and MC are not fighting this now. So I'm sure they didn't find it in our study material. So once we read, yes, it is part of what we do. Okay, now we have again the same story, some formula over there, and now we have some ratios. The X1 onwards, they're all ratios. Once you get those figures, go to the next one. Okay, that's the interpretation. This is the best of the three. Mondial was the easiest, then Benix, then this one. So if you have greater than 3, okay, 2.99 is very technical, but 3 is safe, in between is not so good, and the bottom one is insolvent. Or totally manipulated, it's cheating. So, okay, so this is the first 3 ratios. I'll send you the entire presentation, I've got the spreadsheet also for that. Okay, go to the next one. Okay, now when you go to Olsen, there's a longer story out there, but this is when we are looking at solvency. Now companies need to be solvent because I see that sometimes you have to merge them. You have to, a good company takes over a sick company, again they'll have to kind of revive them. So many issues are there. So then you'll have, of course, the number of points there are more, and the formula is also a little clumsy. So on the next slide, go to the next slide. I've actually copied it from internet and put it there in the numerator, denominator. Wherever you see T, it means current period. T minus 1 is previous period. So that's all. That's all simple thing. So actually, all this you can just put in the spreadsheet. I got the spreadsheet outside. Okay. So now, if we use this, you get your now you have to go to interpretation. If it is greater than 0.5, the firm will default. So in your Caro, when you are writing the firm will pay its debts, this is the ratio you will be using. I'm not seeing it so far.
2 years, what is it?
2 years, previous year, current year.
Prediction? No.
Ratio. Comparison, basically benchmarking.
What he is asking is, how can we say that it will default within 2 years? That's what he is asking.
No, it will die. Why 2 years? It will die before that also. I'll show you the example. No, these are all tested and taught and used by industry. Okay, auditors are not an industry, but we can become one. No. So, okay, and actually one of the problems in the early days when I used to suggest changes, I was asked to keep quiet because I said...
Guidance notes are not giving this ideas.
Which one? No, so you need to... the same people will write the guidance. So, no, we used to have good technical companies, they all become old, that's the problem. So anyway, age catches up with everyone, so okay. Now this Python score, we have more number of points, okay, so there are 9 things which you'll be looking at. Again, go to the next one. Okay, so then again the interpretation of your result. Now the point is, if we need to use these ratios. It's very easy because there's nothing there, no checking books, vouchers, nothing. You take the reported statements or whatever they have, we say statement of income, statement of balances and cash flow. With that you'll get everything, then no schedules or whatever they call it, notes or whatever. You'll get everything from there. Okay, continue. That's what, you can skip all this. No, you can skip all this, you go straight to that spreadsheet. Hang on, just go to the previous one. I just added one more model. I told you some time back I took a webinar, but I didn't add this, now I added this. Now we have because some of the times when you run the data mining, you turn up with a process which they didn't tell you about. Mostly it will be management override somewhere. They have hidden it from you. Even your flowchart, you'd rather flowchart from what they told you only. So once you data mine, we have got these dependencies and independence, a long story, I need to do discriminatory analysis, and they also have to do factor analysis, all there in a PSPP. So when you do that, it will remove the factors which don't affect something and add new factors which will affect it. That's a long story, I'll tell you after this. So anyway, whatever this hidden mark, see the normal Markov is standard. You know which factor is affecting which. We say dependent, independent. This one, the hidden Markov is, we are not sure if that factor is actually affecting anything at all, or that is a definite factor to be considered. So when we look at these kind of things, that one-to-one relationship becomes difficult. Now, I mean, for instance, suppose we have, okay, let's say we are trading and we have some patterns. These kind of companies will pay well, they grade their suppliers or whatever, the A grade, 5-star, 4-star like that. I've seen it in companies, A, B, C. They'll give more credit to one category, less credit to one category. Now we don't know if they got all the factors right. Now we don't know, maybe it's an insider job, they wanted to favor someone so they gave them 5-star status, we don't know that. So that is what we are trying to find out. That is a reliability, more on the integrity. Okay, continue. Okay, that's okay, the integrity part is fine, okay, they go with the formula. We'll just take an example of the internet. Now assume there are two people far apart and they're trying to find out the weather. But they don't talk about the weather, they only talk about the activity, like whether you're going for a walk or you're cleaning your house or something. A very silly example, but based on the activity, suppose you're going for a walk, then obviously it was sunny. If you're cleaning your house, obviously it was raining, so you didn't want to go out. Something like a very silly problem, but I just wanted to explain this to you. So you have one set of known facts, you're trying to determine a different set of facts. That's whether they're related or not, we have to find out now. So go to the next one. See, this is a small code from Python, but just ignore the Python. See, if you see there, we have assigned some probability to it, 0.7, 0.3, all that, the last two lines, if you see, we are not just the last two lines, even the ones above it, the transition business. We have assigned something where it says, we'll have, if it's raining, cleaning, if it's sunny, you're walking and so on. Some of them will have equal probability. So you are assigned some probabilities to it. So what we now do is we try to predict, by knowing one set of data, we try to predict a different set of values. You trust this or you don't?
Not unless the correlation is very strong.
No, even probability can be weak. So actually for business, again in statistics what we taught or what we learned was 0.8 to 1 is very good and anything else is bad. Whereas in commerce we have to learn 0.6 is very good, 6 and above, below 0.6 is bad because one standard deviation is sufficient. So when you do your data cleaning, the transformation, if you have 66% clean data, we can interpolate or whatever we use the random forest or whatever and fill up the rest of the data. We don't need 2 standard deviation and 3 standard deviation. Is that okay? Okay. Like a constable who catches the fellows on the bike, he knows who will have money, who will have money, he knows. So 2/3 data if he knows, that's enough. 1/3 can be missing. No, we got to learn all this because see the problem here is again, data may not be very clear. It may be noisy, not financial data, that is usually clear. The labor data, or inventory data, accident data. See, what do we say incident? Say a truck full smashes your compound wall. That fellow itself builds it. Truck company itself builds it. Will you record it as an incident? Your people are not involved. That fellow was reversing, he knocked it down, he built it, he went off. So we say it has to be an incident, but then he says nobody died, nothing happened, they built the wall, a contract is there for 20 years. So what is the incident, he'll ask you. Suppose he didn't tell you, how will you don't know that also. So these are all the problems we have with accidents, incidents, quality, supplier, defectives, returns. See, you have to take what the company says. Now what we are saying is, try to work with big data, try to work with ratios, try to work with probability, and see if you can come to some independent conclusion. And then threaten the fellows or blackmail them or whatever. Okay. Next. This you can skip. Maybe you go through it later, but you can skip this one. Okay, that will do. Okay, go to the next one. Okay, now this is taken from WorldCom. See, WorldCom is like a Satyam. It happened early days, so it became a big story. And the whistleblower in WorldCom was the internal auditor. So we have a question, can the internal auditor be a whistleblower? Yes, he can be. You can report to the government saying the company is bad. Employee or outside, it doesn't matter. So this was the WorldCom's ratings. Let's go to the next one. Next. Okay, based on the ratios, of course, it showed company was sinking, whatever. But one question people ask is, these are all traded companies, listed, whatever traded. How come all those financial analysts and technical analysts and all those wonderful people in the stock market, how come they didn't realize all this? Because they don't look at these ratios. They look only at candlestick patterns and breakouts and price increase and drop. They are not interested in a solid company or collapsing company or sick company. Would you be interested? Now let's say you are a drug peddler. Not you, okay, let's say I am a drug peddler. I am going to sell something to students. They are not going to ask me, do you have a medical certificate? Do you have a driving license? Nothing. They come on a bike and supplement and go off. So all the share market fellows are only interested in the money value. Share going up, share going down. They don't care about the company. Where are the investors? They are not there. Investors means I am talking about is basic fellows who buy shares. They are not investors. The ones who put in the money, private equity, whatever, they are the chaps who look for all this. And WorldCom didn't, they took some bank loans, but they took such huge loans that more banks are willing to lend to them, which is another problem. So anyway, continue. Now this is taken from Wikipedia. It shows you the ratios of foreign companies which failed. You can see all the famous names out there. This is what I'm trying to basically say is, these are for foreign companies. We are all very happy somebody was doing it. Now go to the next slide. These are all Indian companies. So data is available here also. So if you look at, you can say Kingfisher, you can say Royal Orchid, all these people you can see. So these fellows also had the same problems. Now the question is, all their auditors never bothered to give the going concern certificate or whatever we are supposed to do. I mean, you are good at auditing, so very poor at that. So
all the scores matched.
Yeah.
Prediction.
All companies on the right side, what happened to them?
No, the statistical scores you told me.
Yeah, much.
They are matched.
So I'm safely putting it in the slide. So anyway, now what we have is, we just click on the last link. See, there are a lot of links over there, you can go through them. Take your time to study as much as you don't treat this as an immediate useful class, you treat it as a long-term useful class.
The link will be in the presentation.
Everything is in the slide only, all the slides. Okay, so see what I've done is, Uber has got a case study where they have tried to use this machine learning. Just come down. Okay. Now if you come, see, for instance, you are asking the auditor, tell me something which I don't know. Don't say vouchers and no signature. Some fellow is not paying you in 30 days. He says, I know all that stuff. You give me something new. So you come down further. They have used machine learning for sparse data. You'll have to read it in detail. So when you read it in detail, just come a little further down. You will get the confusion matrix and you will get the data. Take your time, go through it. Whatever you don't understand, feel to mail or ask, whatever, no problem. I'll explain whatever, enough you don't know, I'll find out and let you know. So these are standard machine learning techniques. Statistical and machine learning. I wouldn't say machine learning alone. So once you do this, you will be getting a better picture on an internal audit. Is not always that everything is fine, no missing voucher, no this, that, something. GST filed on time, income tax filed on time. Most of the time I ask, it's filed on time and is it correct? So that they won't know. So that's another problem. So these are all the difficulties we face. So an internal audit, next time you write a report, it should be graphical. You don't have to do that immediately. Take your time, do it slowly and then you make a presentation. Okay, can you go to the next, that Excel sheet? See, all these formulae, basically students know, so we have to push them to study. So same problem here. So this is an Excel sheet. You go to the first sheet, the leftmost one. It says Beneficious thing. And scroll up. Now go to the first.
Whatever.
See, what I've done is, see, basically they're all simple stuff, just to help you to move ahead, but you keep moving far ahead, okay? So this got all the heads over there, then you have the formula for this years, change all the years. It will show error because there's no data there. You fill in the data from some downloaded balance sheet, fill in, take a sick company, a good company, a super company, whatever you want, fill it up, and down there you have all that benefit, all that stuff. Each spreadsheet worksheet will take you to a different formula. And we can go to the next tab. Yeah, so each of them is there, so you can just type some data, play around a little bit, and then you can go for you can download the spreadsheets also, or you can make your own. It's left to you. Now at least something to get started, otherwise you'll think I told you some story and went up. Now you'll have to go try this out, so make it work. No, what I'm saying is it's a learning exercise. Well, it's all showing error because there's no data. So you can put data.
You put data and find.
Yeah, you can find it. This is basically a student chapter, not your youngsters. So I have to force them to do something. So 50% I'll reach out, 50% data they have to reach out. So, yes. Nowadays students are not learning, so there's a big problem. So what they say is I've skipped that portion. So they have a standard answer for that. Okay, anyway, that's okay. Go to the next one. Okay, you have to.
One thing, sir. We do Altman, all these Altman streams.
Yeah, correct.
And give it again as per Altman. You are the
No, you have to say use Altman.
We accept.
Yeah, audit committees are smart, sir. See, the only problem I generally face is audit committees are very smart. I won't say smart. They are very aware of their risk because they know they'll face problems. See, auditor feels he can get away with something, some PowerPoint or some report. In between, the employee is trying to tell the auditor, don't tell so many things. So in between, you have to manage. You put some numbers, no, they let you go. So the audit company will understand, employee has no idea what you are doing, and the auditor also will keep trying. Statutory auditor. So the internal auditor has to struggle more. So what I've done is I just summarized those methods. See, there's a chap called Tony Ridley who did his PhD on risk. And he has taken all the methods which are used for risk management, and I've just put those names of all those methods. When did the class end?
6 o'clock. Because entity dates.
Oh, when it ended, oh, okay, fine. Okay. So he has put these 42 different tests. So you can run, I have to give the full formula, right now, just the summary. So each of those tests will do something different. Not all of them will be applicable to a single organization. Some will be on safety, some will be on factors which influence each other, some will be on collective decision making. There are ever so many formulae out there. Now, the main part is, what is the use of, you got to pick the right methods to use. What you are trying to do is, without getting into a mess with all those usual tables and Excel sheets, you will be writing out some coefficients or factors or something and then explaining the risk levels. Now, actually it's not just the audit committee. Even executives today want to know the risk levels, particularly in operations. See, most of the internal audit is focused on finance. Finance comes from at least the worst company, Tally, better company, some ERP, or the best company, outsourced accounts. So they have something going. Finance will always happen because they have deadlines, so many statutory filings, all that. It's the operations where you will find maximum automation, and the company sees value only in the operations. So they don't see much value in the finance. Finance is like a back office firm, essential business, so they have to live with it. Operations is the main problem they have, timely dispatches, defectives, raw materials, imports getting stuck somewhere. So many issues, they have labor problems, attrition. So when you go through this, you will find that those areas are all addressed. So that's why when we say knowledge of the business, which an institute calls it, or business acumen, which the other institutes call, we are talking about a very detailed knowledge of the entire business. So see, if you've seen, I think a week back, or maybe this week, I'm not sure, one of the aircraft which landed in Doha, on the runway, the drain cover broke. So the wheel went off inside, the engine hit the tarmac and the plane has got grounded. Now that must have been inspected. After every flight, the runway will be inspected. It's a mandatory inspection. Not our airports, it's a Gulf airport. So that fellow, I don't know what they did, but that the drain thing should carry the weight of, the drain cover should carry the weight of the aircraft. I mean, I can't understand, Gulf is a very rich country, they have all foreign companies doing their maintenance. And how they made that mistake, I have no idea. Either it was some corruption somewhere, or they are poor, they're pretending to be rich. It's one of the two things. So when we look at issues like that, the first fellow will be caught is that auditor is given a certificate, that safety certificate. When Mumbai also bridge collapsed, when the safety auditor told some story, corporation told some story, and nothing happened. The whole bridge collapsed, no good bridge. Bombay, nothing happened. But this one is a serious problem. The aircraft is grounded, everything is there. So what I'm saying is, when we look at audits, if you move to operational areas, because see, finance is dying. It's almost automated, almost. See, originally, when GST was introduced, the government was following they studied 16 countries, and they took the Canadian model. They said every time you make a bill, the GST will auto-remit itself to the government. But the problem was, if you lost the bill, fresh bill means again you have to remit. Cancel a bill means you have to get refund. So we took a via media way that you will first collect and then you will pay, they call it pass-through items. Like broker, no, take money to it. So they did something like that. But gradually, the original software is designed for direct credit. It's still there, they not enable those portions. So it's only a question of doing that, and if you have tax deducted at source, and all the taxes go up there, there's nothing to file. Everything is gone, then what do auditors do? I'm not fighting anyone, I'm just saying, maybe we have lobbied enough to say at least about 20 crores branch we will audit, don't put all the back-to-back on income tax and GST. Maybe we lobbied, but how long? It will lie someday, one day some new man will come and he'll say, forget it, I'm enabling everything and banks don't need audit, or below this threshold you don't need audit. So a lot of things will happen. Now when those things happen, what will not change is the operations. Banks have operations. Basel III, only one pillar is capital. All the other pillars are market risk, credit risk, legal risk, operational risk, they have a lot of risks, IT risk and so on. You take medical, billing is only one part. They have a lot of risks. They have sterile infection. If you see the NHIP guidelines, you can see the pharmacy, the canteen, so many things there. You take any business, they have, for instance, in our institute, there are only two committees which are standing. Which are there? Those two committees we can't shut down. Disciplinary committee for members and examination committee for students. All the others are sitting committees. It means they can come, they can go, nobody bothers. So the problem we have is examination and disciplinary or whatever the qualified people continuing, only two operational problems we have. So if the quality is maintained there, everything is maintained automatically. So that's the way I want all of you to look at operations as a large opportunity for your audit, and you can call it whatever you want, consultancy or whatever, risk advisory, or go to the Big Four web pages, you'll find fancy names there. You can adopt any name you want. They don't put internal audit, they put all kinds of stuff. So whatever name you want to have. Risk advisory. Something you put any name, fine. Okay, next slide.
Process improvement control.
Process improvement audit, okay, whatever you want to call it. You give it any fancy name, it's basically what we are talking about now. So you do, okay, no, slide closed.
You want that slide or?
Okay, you can open, okay, just open that, what you showed just now. No, okay. No, not this one, previous one. And just imagine, so. No, what I'm trying to say is that I put all the 42 risk methods into this slide, so you can go through it.
Fair model is there.
What?
Fair model is inside.
Everything, fair model, everything, Delphi, whatever questions they'll ask you in ISACA, IS Square, IIA, all the questions, all the models are there. So everything, not made up, somebody's PhD, perfect. So everything is there. So all the international institutes, whatever models are prescribed are all there. When will it come to institute? We wait.
Research paper.
No, don't worry. You can, see, I told you, over learning is not a crime. If you don't learn enough, it's a crime. So don't worry about that. Okay. And now you go to the next one. So what this particular researcher has done is, you have to, or then if you use control and the mouse, it will expand. And just use control and mouse.
One small doubt, sir. Those days where they created these models, that are the present conditions.
No, that's not. These are mathematical models, not like square root, Pythagoras, or like this. They don't change. But we can add new models. That's the machine learning. So I've not done that, touched that area at all. So machine learning, we can keep on evolving. But even now we are using old models only. See, reinforcement learning is the newer model. Not yet in, not many examples. Only supervised, unsupervised. Semi-supervised and reinforcement still are right.
Still we can consider those models valid. Even
in square root, percentage also. Okay, so, the thing is that, see, mentally we've been asked to read theory. Auditing was a theory portion. For some reason it remained that way. Gadalia, before that, forget the British book. Then from there it came Tandem something. Then the book, the auditing got smaller and smaller. The book, trying 40 pages, scanner notes, something happened. So now at this point, auditing is purely some definitions and some audit standards. I have to enlarge this.
பண்ணிருக்கேன் சார்.
No, I want the just to be enlarged. You don't think just go. You go to that, come out of the PPT. No, you come out of the PPT. Press escape.
Minimize பண்ணுவா.
Escape actually.
Okay.
No, the வெளியே வந்துடுறேன்.
Okay.
Then you go there and enlarge that font. Otherwise you do one thing, just open the other one. The word file, without the number you file.
பண்ணியாச்சு.
No, just open the word file. You can leave the PowerPoint.
ஒரு நிமிஷம். அது அப்படிதான்.
If you hold the control and mouse, it will go fast. Control and
பண்ணிருக்கேன்.
பண்ணியாச்சு. ஃபுல்லா பண்ணியாச்சு.
இல்ல இன்னும் become even bigger.
Even bigger.
Just hold the control button.
ஆமா.
சரி என்ன பண்ண just open that word file. Below it there are other files. Without numbers, word or but I just show the original so you can go through that also. Yeah, you can enlarge this. At the bottom you can increase it. Not so big. Okay. Okay. And scroll it. Okay. See, if you see this, what the author has done is given you each method. That's the first column. Then he has also told you how it is to be applied for which place. He's also told you the risk you have or the accuracy which you may have or may not have. So all those details, it complete here. That was only a summary. It was only a small table-like thing. Now you have all the information here. So when you go back, and I don't know how I can mail this to you, but you need to mail me first, test mail. Otherwise, if the institute can mail it, also fine. You can go through this, all the methods, but don't have to try out everything, but what you like. For instance, Delphi method is used when you have collective decision making or seasonal demand, those kind of things. Sensitivity analysis. We have got some bow tie method. We have got different things you'll have, for each of those requirements. Because some of the things the auditor has to tell us whether we are running stock out problems or we are overstocked, or what's the optimal stocking level. Those days it was taught as maximum, minimum, reorder, economic order quantity, and nobody knows why we take the square root of that figure. I asked this question lots of time, nobody answers my question, so I left it. So the problem here is that it's okay, not wrong if you learn some history, but we have to keep moving. Economic order quantity is no use because some month to month, seasonal, non-seasonal, festive, non-festive, the order will change, quantities will change. Our supplier, lorry, big lorry, small lorry, ship, container will all change. So these are the problems we are addressing. So can we have dynamic, that's what the ratio is, dynamic stuff. When I put in numbers, I get some other number which I interpret, or I can do something with these, whatever figures we are computing. Will it be dynamic, or is it like a fixed something, current assets, vacant liabilities, something?
Modeling, dynamic risk modeling.
Dynamic risk modeling, risk modeling is dynamic. So that is what internal audit is all about. So if you look at any internal audit report, which is from Power BI or it's called dashboards, maybe you can just open Google and you can put, just put any Power BI audit dashboard. So you can see a lot of animation out there. It can run on the mobile phones also. See, the thing is that I'm not talking only about audit committees and so on. I'm even talking about small businesses where you're not really an auditor, but you become more a consultant. So you're finding a problem and giving them a solution. So it's not always, do this, do that, something. It's more than that. Can just say, you can go to images.
Images.
Okay, anyway, I've given enough material to go through. I'm sure you can build on this quite a bit. Maybe next class one of you will be taking. But keep updating it, okay? So, if I do a little tedious doing all this stuff. See, the advantage of teaching students is the long-term stuff. They have one semester paper, so you go slowly. And half the stuff they have to do, so you don't have to do much. Okay, see, I would like you to use this Microsoft Power BI. It's free for the desktop. You can download it. You can use it. YouTube has got a lot of tutorials. Because Tableau is paid. Only the cloud version is free. This is your desktop version. Data will be in your machine only. It won't go anywhere else. Okay, so you can try this. If you're a little adventurous, you can try KNIME, K-N-I-M-E, but it will take a little while to learn it. K-N-I-M-E. See, my general guess is it takes about 6 months for an auditor to learn all this. If he's devoting at least an hour a day, some YouTube, something, some data, can be learned in 3 hours. CD can be done there. It will take some time. In downloading 5 balance sheets, it will take some time. So you have to download, you have to pick up all the numbers. That will be in PDF, you have to convert it. It will take time, the thing takes time. But slowly, 6 months. I mean, if you don't make it in 6 months, then you have to reconsider. Then probably internal audit is not what we are looking for. There are so many things auditors do today, so a lot of things they do. But you can see the opportunities, there are plenty of opportunities. Okay. Because even in the share market, for equity research, there's a huge market. There's not investing. Numbers they'll produce. It's basically a requirement for the SEBI. It's called equity research. Some youngsters, but you have to pass the NISM exam. It's an easy exam, you can pass. They do that. See, a lot of things available in India now since the country has grown. A lot of new opportunities are opened up, but auditors per se are not there. We see a lot of other people. So for safety, for medical audits also, there is Apollo runs an MBA for doctors. You have to be a doctor and then do that. So the medical, the hospitals are very complicated. Call it healthcare. So then we have travel and tourism, and that gets a little mixed up because you have something called medical tourism. So we have both tourism and healthcare. Tamil Nadu is one destination for medical tourism. Kerala, of course, is the biggest one. Yeah. But where they come to all these hospitals, even Kaveri Hospital, all the smaller ones also, they have a lot of medical tourism. So many places. Anyway, so I'm not talking about the big clients, even small clients. You become a consultant, you grow with them. Because one of the problems is, when do you exit? When the company becomes bigger than you have to exit. Or you become bigger than the company, you have to exit. You grow with the company, you can stay there as long as you want. Nobody will follow you. So, they'll say, wait till he'll come and explain. So, you have to take that point of view. So grow with the organization, grow with the subject. What happens? No dashboard.
ஆமா அவ்வளோதான் சொல்லுங்க.
இல்லை, any one dashboard.
இது போட்டுருக்கு சார்.
No, you have to click on that. You have good images, click on it, it will become big. It's okay. What I'm trying to say is, we need to work on all this. So I think that's the end of what I wanted to tell you. There are 5 presentations. One is the first one was more on audit. The second one, you saw those Venetian. The third was a spreadsheet. Fourth is that summary of those various risk techniques. Last one is the original file itself. In the presentation, some last slide I will get. You can mail me, I will send it to you. Whatever way you want. If you have only doubts, you can mail that also. These were the last. Any of these presentations you have. This was the last.
What is it?
The last one. Okay, you can send it. At least one mail I should get. And you can increase on them and improve on this at the end of the study. Fraud risk detection is a huge. One of the questions a student would ask is, can you predict a fraud? The original question was, can you predict a crime? No, not one thing. Olden days. See, in Britain, whenever they have football match, there will be violence. So the parameters that took was home team, visitor team, chairs fixed, unfixed, loose chairs, pub nearby, no pub nearby, and then the police should predict how many constables to place. So if it was seeing eye dogs for blind people, they look at the temperament of the dog, temperament of the blind person, then match the dog to the person. You can't give a powerful dog to an old lady and none of us. You can't give a small dog to a heavy man. So they did all this. Those are what we are using. So there's nothing new I taught you today.
So can you predict?
You can predict. That is how crime prediction is done. So because of crime prediction, we are able to stop a lot of things before they happen, but the government does it, but they won't tell you. If you have anybody who's in the CIG who is working in the Delhi office where they have some intelligence or something, they can tell you. India is a consultant for a lot of countries, post office, defense, AG's office.
Before it is penetrated, they will not stop it. They can't.
No, sometimes they don't. They want to catch that person. That is also. They want to
become partners.
Yeah. There are a lot of things. Anyway, see, if India wants to do something, they got the bandwidth, willpower, money to do it. If they don't want to do it like a railway system, everything is possible. And then you can do whatever you want. That's what I'm saying. In a dangerous country. Anyway, second to China. US, big numbers, no breaks. China and India are the biggest problems. So any questions before we wind up? I just want to know how useful was the class?
Very useful.
Okay, we got only 2 answers. So, what I'm asking is this going to help you change the way in which you do your internal audits?
Definitely you want to.
Or it will be like another yoga class. 2 days you will listen and then go.